Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting for Tuesday, November the 19th. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Seven Territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Lethal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the I'm struggling this morning. Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. This morning, for a moment of reflection, I just wanted to acknowledge that today is actually International Men's Day. And so for International Men's Day, the founder for this day, Jerome Tilak Singh, says this: International Men's Day has the potential to become the global medium to heal our world. The concept and themes of International Men's Day are designed to give hope to the depressed, faith to the lonely, comfort to the brokenhearted, transcend barriers, Sorry, am I missing something? I apologize. Again, the founder of International Men's Day, Dr. Jerome Tilak Singh, says this: International Men's Day has the potential to become the global medium to heal our world. The concept and themes of International Men's Day are designed to give hope to the depressed, faith to the lonely, comfort to the brokenhearted, transcend barriers, eliminate stereotypes, and create a more caring humanity. According to International Men's Day website, current research tells us this: men have a suicide rate 3 times higher than of women. 1 in 3 men have been the victims of domestic violence. Men on average die 4 to 5 years before women. Men are nearly twice as likely to suffer from lung cancer, and men are nearly twice as likely to suffer from heart disease. As someone who has friends who have died by suicide and continues to work his way through his own mental health journey, I decided to participate in Movember this year and encourage people to give to the Movember campaign. As public figures, it is sometimes hard to talk about how we are doing due to the public scrutiny. However, I'm pretty open about my journey to finding ways to maintain a healthy mental state. I am thankful for the close network of friends and family that I have who continue to help me on my own journey. So today, may I encourage all of us to take some time to let the men in your life know why you are thankful for them. Thank you. With that, we'll move to the updates and approval of the agenda. I do believe that we are going to be removing 8.1 from the agenda. Then the subsequent numbers would bump up a number, I believe. So 8.1 being the Chestermere election candidate late filing fees. We're going to remove that item from the agenda. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda here this morning?
Good morning. Through the chair, we have an addition of 8.3 asset management policy. In addition to 10.1 closed session, Dr. Giggles FOIP section 16-1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
Great, thank you. Also want to acknowledge that Ms. Sandy Jo Hallwatt is our acting CAO, as our CAO is taking a vacation for the next week. So welcome to the role, Ms. Jo Hallwatt, and I hope you enjoy your week here as CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we have those additions. Is there anything else? Looking over to Ledge Services to see if there's anything else that we missed. Council, is there any other additions or deletions? Can I have a councillor make the motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the November 19, 2024 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendments. Remove agenda item 8.1, add agenda item 8.4, and add agenda item 10.1. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have 2 questions. One question is, are these agenda items for addition of an urgent nature that have to be added like on a last minute basis, or can it wait? And my second question is, removing agenda item 8.1, will it be brought to council to review at a future council meeting.
Yes, my understanding is that both are urgent items that will become a little bit more clear during the presentations, as there are some grant opportunities that we need to be able to have these presentations done for and moved by council so that administration can move forward with other work. I do believe that the other item is also of a urgent nature, but obviously because it's an in-camera item, I cannot disclose the urgency of said item. Ledge Services?
Thank you, Mayor. The agenda item, it's supposed to be 8.3, not 8.4, if so it could be restated on the motion.
Okay, yeah, we can
Thank
do
you.
that. But yes, to our CEO and lead services, I do believe I've captured why those additions are urgent matters.
Yes, that's correct. And 8.3 involves our grant that's
Yeah.
due at the end of the week.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Is the motion on the screen correct then? Yeah. So going with the motion that's on the screen, any other further comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Moving to item 4.1, we have received some letters of concern for the two-way to four-way stop. These have been included within our agenda package to our CAO and to Ledge Services. I believe the change that we had made was that if we received these as letters, council's had the opportunity to review them, so we're not going to necessarily read them out at the council meeting because they were included in the agenda package. Is that correct? Okay, so I would invite our public, so just so we are clear, that residents, these have been reviewed by council, and this is an item that is on this agenda. So this is, again, another demonstration of our new public input policy, where because it's on this agenda item, this is why this part of the agenda comes as part of that. Ledge Services, had we received any other requests for any in-public presentations for public input?
There was 2 items that came in late this morning, but they'll be on the next agenda.
On the next agenda, they're not pertinent to today.
One is and one is not, but we weren't able to get it off in time to bring it to you.
Should we read the one for today then?
We can if you like.
Yes,
sir.
please.
Through the chair to all of council. So this is in support of the Marina Drive traffic change support. This is just from Michelle Doyle, and I will read it to you guys now. So as a resident of Chestermere, I would like to express support for the proposed changes to the intersection of Marina Drive and West Chestermere Drive. Since the intersection placement in the area of the road that curbs, visibility is restricted when driving. Chestermere population has grown significantly in the last several years, and it's critical to assess safety. As such, for the protection of both pedestrians and drivers, the intersection should be changed back to a four-way stop. Michelle Doyle.
Great, thank you. Again, just to make it clear, so we're not going to comment at this time with regards to these because this is an item that is coming on the agenda later, and council will be given the opportunity to respond to this entire big discussion when it comes to this particular intersection when we get to the presentation from administration. Were there any other submissions that we have, Ledge Services? Great, thank you. With that, we'll move to the approval of the minutes. We have the approval of the minutes for the November 5th, 2024 regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the motion for the approval of the November 5th minutes? Sorry, Ledge Services?
Would you mind accepting those for information, please?
Sure, we can do that. Can we have a councillor make a motion to receive the letters of concern regarding the changes for information, please? Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. I move that council accept the letters of concern regarding the change in traffic control at West Chestermere Drive and Marina Drive intersection from Chestermere residents for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And it's carried. Thank you for Ledge Services for catching that. Now moving to the approval of the minutes. First of all, we have item 5.1, which is the November 5th, 2024 regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approve the November 5th, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Item 5.2, the November 12th, 2024 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the November 12, 2024 Governments and Priority Committee minutes as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Moving now to item 6.1, which is our public presentations. We have our September 2024 crime stats, and this is being presented by Sergeant Kathy Clausen from the RCMP.
Have here is our quarter two.
Okay.
Our quarter two stats, and that runs from July to September. Right now, obviously we're a quarter behind you guys, but that's how we align. In our quarter two, the majority of the increase was through property crime. And I think a lot of that was over the summer months where people were going around into neighborhoods, checking people's vehicle doors, garages, et cetera, and like that. So we had a lot of reporting in that area. So we weren't surprised to see the numbers go up in that area, which is good because I always like the fact that people are actually going to report to us. So that's good to see. Do you guys have any other questions regarding any of the stats there? I know you have all had them for a little bit. If you have any questions regarding, yes?
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration to you. Staff Sergeant, are you seeing really any consistencies? Because my first look at the stats is some go up, some go down.
Correct.
And we're not really seeing any consistency and I guess the follow-up question is how does that reflect on our metric of policing?
Okay, so basically we get waves depending on the season that we're in. Right now, we'll expect to come into some increase of theft of motor vehicles with more people running their vehicles in the cold weather and stuff like that and leaving them unlocked and running. And we just target things according to what's going on, depending on also who is released in and out of custody, whether there's trends going around the local area, if they're targeting businesses, if they're targeting homes to rob or whatever like that. We're coming into the Christmas holiday season where you'll see a heightened increase in robberies in businesses. We always know about the Shoppers Drug Marts and stuff like that into their perfume areas and stuff like that. So we assist them with things that they can do to deter that, different measures that they can take.
So are you seeing any consistency?
Nothing.
Other than the seasonalness?
There's nothing that I would say that is a hard trend for Chestermere. Yeah, we get the rollout from Calgary stuff as well. So,
Okay, great.
just due to our proximity.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question through you to administration and the presenter. I'm making an attempt to look at this against population growth and see whether the true rate of crime is increasing or decreasing or staying flat. Do you do any kind of analysis around that?
So, unfortunately, with Chestermere's growth being so rapid, it's hard to do. We are going to see an increase because the numbers of calls for service are going to go up. We won't be able to compare that until we get stabilized in population, which is unfortunate, right? You're going to see that consistent trend. So basically what you would need to do is the rate of crime going up equally to the rate of the population growth. Until we stabilize at a consistent population, then if we stabilize with the crime rate, then we know that we're the same. But if our population stays the same, but our crime rate increases, then we know that we have more crime for the amount of people that we normally have. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, and thank you for that explanation, because that's how my brain was approaching that as well.
I know every time I look at the increase, I'm like, oh no, right? And then I realize that we've already added like another 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people to our community over the last year. So I expect to get more calls for service, and that if we look at that way, then we're not going to be so shocked. If we stabilized at 30,000 people population, and then we keep going up and up, then we have an issue.
Right. So for interest, the math I was able to do from 2021 to 2024, it looks like our rate of increase was 27% for population. So would it be accurate to take that 27% and roughly look at the 2020 to 2024 column and see how that's worked? 2020, I know, would have been a funny data year.
Right.
But roughly we can.
Yeah, and you have to realize too that the years that we're comparing were through lockdown years as well. So some of those numbers are so skewed that, you know, we're really not becoming a comparable until we get out of those 5-year span. Because 2020, 2021, like there were so many restrictions. Like we did a lot of hold back ourselves as far as not engaging in traffic stops. So those numbers were not present, right? So we're going to see all that kind of, until we get out of that wave, which really was, I think, about 2022, 2023, that we kind of fully opened up. We're not going to see a good, comparison with a 5-year span. So, because we're including those COVID years.
Councillor
I hate
Schindler?
to say that word.
Are we just talking about the crime statistics right now, or can I jump ahead to the?
We could talk about whatever you like.
Oh, okay. I had a question about the FTEs. I see
okay.
that we're a two members short.
Full-time employees. So let me just look at what you're referencing. So I think you're looking
If
at
I'm
the
jumping
ODS.
ahead, we can.
No, that's fine.
I can
I'm here
wait.
for you.
Okay.
So the FTEs, it's what we call a full-time employee, and that helps us establish how much the community gets paid, gets charged for our service, right?
Right.
So the two people that you're referencing are two people that are long-term ODS. When you were off-duty sick, when you were off-duty. Oh, sorry.
The ones that I'm actually referring to are, I believe there's 2 FTEs that have yet to be filled.
Oh,
or are
okay.
Hard vacancies.
Yes,
as
okay,
it's
the hard
referred to here.
vacancies. One of those is our GIS corporal,
Cool.
and the other one is a general duty corporal. Both of those positions have been named, but have not what we call arrived in their position yet. So you guys don't get charged them until they actually have boots on the ground in Chestermere.
And my question was going to be, when can we expect to have boots on the ground for those?
So one of them is coming from the north, and I'm awaiting to hear from when that transfer will happen. They currently already have a residence in Chestermere, so that's going to be super quick when it happens. It could be like within a week or two. Oddly enough, I was going to reach out to staffing today to see where that sits right now. The other one is our GIS corporal. That position was filled by a member that is actually currently working at the Chestermere detachment. So when he moves over to that position, we will backfill his position that he's leaving. So that's where we leave that emptiness. That position has been advertised out. We got applications, and we're waiting to see if the one selected is releasable. So how the RCMP does it, we have to be releasable, which means you have to serve so much time in a community before they let you move again. Right. So.
I concerns about having enough officers
Yes.
on the streets, so that's why I wanted to bring that up. And then just a quick follow-up to that one. Are any of those going to be community, failing on the term, engagement folks?
So that position, interesting enough, is the one that we selected to commence in January 1, 2025. And I was in consultation with staffing 2 weeks ago, and they are going to be posting that advertisement position earlier so we can select a candidate and have that aligned quicker than they did at the last go around for the July position. So I feel like in the July positions, they didn't advertise them till the date arrived. And my concern to them was that it takes a bit of time for that to make selection, people move, etc. So they're going to do that earlier this time, and I could see it as early as this week.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. So one of those positions is our crime prevention / victim services, which will be the community engagement person. And my expectation for them is that they attend minimum of 75% of the events going on in the community, because that's the goal of that position. So.
Yeah, Staff Sergeant Randawa. Is that his rank? I apologize.
Sergeant.
Or Sergeant, your staff sergeant. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Sergeant Randawa alluded to that during a presentation from Synergy,
Yes.
and I was fairly excited to hear
Yeah.
about that. So I'm very keen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are too.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, and to the acting CEO and Staff Sergeant Kathy Clausen. Good morning. I think it's a good segue because we're just talking about the Youth Safety Community Survey that Chestermere Area Community Coalition presented at our meeting last week. Now, one of the things that came out of that their presentation was a bit of a reluctance of youth to connect with law enforcement when it comes to sharing concerns, complaints. I mean, they would go to the friends, parents, family, which are all great, but there's a bit of a reluctance as to how to approach law enforcement when they do have concerns, whether it's bullying or, if they know of quote-unquote hotspots that needs further monitoring. I just wanted to hear, what do you suggest collaboratively, ask the schools and maybe law enforcement can do. So I'll let you, share your thoughts, and then I do have a suggestion, and then I want to hear your thoughts on that as well.
So yeah, indeed, it would be very intimidating at times for youth to approach law enforcement, as they probably don't know the system or what the outcome would be for their potential conversation that they're going to have with law enforcement. And we try to, what we can is to engage with the youth and become human with them, so that we can be their friend, be somebody that they can lean on, be somebody that they can have a conversation with and talk through something. Another thing with if a youth were to come to us and not know what they want to do with a situation that they're dealing with, we could talk through it, give them their options. If they don't want to participate as a victim, as a witness, or whatever like that, then the investigation doesn't have to proceed. So we've had situations where youth have come and they want to talk to about a situation that has happened, but they're not prepared to deal with it yet as such, or go through the process of an investigation. Until they're ready, we don't force that upon them. You don't have a crime if you don't have a victim. If the victim is not willing, then we can't proceed. Unless there's something very egregious, then we have to provide the safety of somebody, or then we wouldn't get involved like that. So I think our main focus is, and with this new position that's coming up, is to really get out there, get our boots into the schools more often. I want that member, whoever is selected, to be the face of the RCMP at events. I want them to be well known. I want them to be like, when they think of RCMP, they're going to think of that member instead of like, oh, I talked to you one day and I talked to you and I talked to you. Like, I don't know exactly who to turn to. So I think just that connection that we need to make and get involved. We participate in the Synergy Duck Race. We participate in the events that go on around town. Bulls on the Beach were there, etc. We did the Yacht Club one this year. So we're trying to really be human and to really get out there and have lay the platform for youth to come and talk to us. But I can understand the hesitancy in people in that age group not wanting to come forward.
Thank you. And just to follow up, and this is a little out of the box, pun intended, because I was thinking, as bizarre as it might sound, like a possibility of a comment box in schools.
Yeah, I like it.
You know, with very, firm words that, this is not where you put in your rubbish, or, but if you have actual concerns, please, and maybe somebody checks it, every other day or the end of the day or something.
No, that's great. And the community that I worked in before, after I left, they started doing, because they really got into doing online interviews and stuff like that. So they reached out to the schools and they had like a coffee not a coffee, because hot chocolate with a cop. And the youth was able to sit down with a member and ask questions. And they just talked. And it was like every school participated and whoever wanted to have that interaction. So it was, kind of like coffee with the mayor. So we could do something like that where we get that one-on-one and those questions that are buzzing through their heads and they want to ask us, and, maybe something like that. The world is our oyster if we have any ideas. So we can do whatever we can to expand our connection with them.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. And I guess this will be through the Meer and to the acting CEO. I don't know what that process would look like to have even something, materialize. Obviously, there's got to be some sort of collaboration between RCMP and the school district and whatnot. So if you can just look into that. Cheers.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question about the crime staff. If they're like those offender are repeated, the same people are doing those. If they're the same, what is the strategy RCMP is using to stop them?
So we have a crime analyst that works in Southern Alberta, and they link everybody together as far as if there's due to our proximity, obviously, to other communities, they link files all together and hand out bulletins internally to us, so we know when somebody is active and preventative measures to take, what their next possible route is. So they're all tracked like that, and information is shared internally. If there's anything that's concerning to certain businesses or the public as a whole, then that goes out through immediate release through the RCMP.
Councillor Randhawa.
Through you, through Interim CEO Sandy Jalwat, to the presenter, Sergeant Klassen. One more, like I know RCMP is doing some engagement program during the summer and for the capture program and the screw program. And like there's any other program RCMP is doing to connect with the community, like senior, youth, or like that?
Well, right
or during
now,
the winter, or I get that you said coffee with the councillor and coffee with. There is a program going in Calgary. I noticed coffee with the cops, and that is actually going very good in Calgary. That's what I heard from youth who they live in Calgary. So something like that is a suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. And like
to engage during, especially the winter period, to engage with youth and the senior and other communities as well.
No, for sure. And I mean, I know when we get our CPBS member, we're going to be looking at like other programs that we can engage and really dedicate that one face to it. Not that we can't start something up now and have various members be involved with it. But when that single member comes, we'll be able to like, okay, every Wednesdays you're going to be here for this event and so forth. So I think it'll be more consistent then. But yeah, we still have the security screw program, the capture program, the snowbird registry, lock it or lose it. So those are still programs that we have right now. But moving forward, like reaching out to the youth and the seniors, they'll be able to develop new programs and like flow with them as they're sitting in their position, because that's their dedicated job. Right.
How's our capture program doing at the moment?
We're still just over 100. So I would really like for people to sign up for it so we can have that level of information of where cameras are held, right? I mean, I know a lot of households have it and a lot of businesses, but just having that tracking map for our investigative purpose if required.
I know there is so many people have it cameras, but there is obviously the fear for
Correct.
the RCMP, and the normal person don't want to get involved in anything. They get, there is some fear. How we can get over to that fear to our residents, so they can collaborate with RCMP.
Right. I mean, I understand that fear of being involved in an investigation that they probably don't want a part of, and that's real. That happens daily. People turn the other way or whatever. Imagine it was a situation that you're involved in, and you want further evidence to support laying a charge against somebody that has affected you. We need to think about, as a whole, how we want the community to, stand together, right? That evidence could be the key point in being able to lay a charge or probably getting conviction. It is something that is not forced upon a person. If there is evidence like that, we would have to get the consent of the homeowner to utilize their footage. So if they do have footage and they're not willing to give it, then maybe we just have to go down the road to a neighbor or somewhere closer that would probably have footage as well. So,
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Two questions. First, a comment from myself, and then a couple of questions. One, I really appreciated how the municipal policing report was laid out with regards to here's the priority. So, for example, priority number one, property theft, and then comments specific to the priority. I really appreciated that. It was good to see that connection back and a reminder as to what the priorities are. Again, I appreciated that. First question I had was regular traffic enforcement. This is a sentence that's in there, is regular traffic enforcement with the assistance of CPOs and Alberta sheriffs continues. Does that mean that, you know where I'm going with this, is about Alberta sheriffs? Is that continuing then back in our?
no.
Oh, okay.
Not working within our community
Okay.
for the enhanced road safety program.
Okay.
But we do engage with them
On the highway.
So
Gotcha.
We do have a portion of the highway that we police, so
Okay.
we still recognize that relationship that we have with them.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And then the second question I have is in regards to how traffic stats are collected. Is that done in conjunction with the CPOs? Does that come from the CPOs? What is the relationship that happens between RCMP, CPOs when it comes to traffic enforcement?
Right, so our stats are just our stats.
Okay,
Okay, CPOs would have their own stats, so this is just representative of what we're doing.
Okay. And then what would you say your current focus is? So council obviously hears a lot about traffic in our community. We're having a whole conversation about intersections coming up later on today.
I know.
And so traffic is something we hear about a lot in our community. So what is the current RCMP focus when it comes to traffic and traffic safety within our community right now?
So right now, given that school is in, obviously our school zones is our priority. Also that we have a heavy flow of traffic going in on Chestermere Boulevard into the city. That's really congested there. So we are focusing on enforcement in those areas. And we also have a raceway during lunchtime between the high school and Chestermere to run into town for their lunch and then book it back to the high school. So Highway 1 has become a racetrack in the 80 zone and also coming in through the back roads as well. So
Yes.
we try to target those areas because we don't want to have a collision where somebody is injured.
That's right.
And our stats are really good in that area. So we'd like to keep it that way. Yeah.
Great. No, thank you. It's certainly something I think all of council has heard about is concerns with regards to speeding within our community. I would say Marina Drive is something that gets heard about a lot. And that's a particular, again, that we're going to be talking about, but traffic safety along Marina Drive, I would say is a popular topic of conversation within our community right now.
Everybody.
Right.
Right? Like everybody at any time of day can get a ticket or somebody you know can get a ticket. And it always gets more heightened during the winter months. And the reason being is because we see the lights from further distance. So we'll have the same conversation next year.
Sure. Fair enough.
Which is okay.
Fair enough. Absolutely. Great. Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, my comments through you, or my question actually. This is a little outside the report, but last week, Mayor Dean and I had the opportunity to go to the FCSSAA conference. And I went to a session called The Big Data Approach to Community Wellbeing. The presenter was named Vanessa, and she's the Community Safety and Wellbeing Branch Head for the RCMP. So she let me know that you were in contact with her branch and that you had been doing some conversations and training. And I was wondering if that rings a bell and if you could tell us about that.
A little bit more.
So she said that last week sometime, somebody from her branch came down to talk to you or someone on your team. All right, that might not be you. So just contextualizing a little bit, I wanted to know about that because it sounds like her branch is novel and they might be part of those analytics you were talking about. So they deal with data and they also deal with things like restorative justice and alternative justice.
Very well have happened when I was away. As we know, we have a restorative justice program here within Chestermere. So we work hand in hand with them, of course. We did have a training session for the members and we did a session on restorative justice. We also are huge into the wellness component here. We have an RPAC team in the area that when we go to mental health calls for service, we pair them with a crisis nurse. So a member goes with the crisis nurse and helps to mitigate the situation. So I'm not quite sure if that's what she was doing or whatever, or what her plan is. But our detachment is very into mental wellness and care and stuff like that. So wouldn't be surprised that we're talking to that unit.
I wonder if then may I suggest that Councillor Sandboe perhaps sending an email to Staff Sergeant Clausen, CC all of council, and then perhaps then someone could come back at a future one, but maybe some contextualization within that email to Staff Sergeant, and then because I do remember you coming out of that session. You were quite excited about the things that we had learned, and we had heard that they were in Chestermere that day. I believe it was on the Thursday was when that session happened. So we got. I believe you got the business card. So We'll have
That
Councillor
is- that's
Sandboe reach out
correct.
via email and then share with council.
Yes, I do have a business card. I can absolutely do that. It sounds like it's a newer branch and that they're doing some really cool stuff. So I can definitely follow up on that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the administration to presenter. So there is like any upcoming tools or for 2025, the detachment planning to engage with the community and about the crime, decreasing the crime?
Are you talking anything in particular or?
No, all over.
Okay, all over. So I know that we're doing a check stop in December to help decrease impaired driving, which is typical for the season and stuff like that. We're also doing a warrant roundup in conjunction with another unit out of Calgary, RCMP Calgary portion, just to get prolific offenders and stuff potentially off the street or dealing with their offenses. Trying to think of some other ones that we have kind of coming up. That's it for right now, but as things progress, like we deal with things as they're coming along. So if we have something that we have an interest in or is kind of resurfacing, we'll create something around that as well.
I wonder if perhaps it's a question we can bring back to the Q3 report, because that'll be closer to 2025.
And if there's anything in particular, like definitely like send us an email or whatever, and we can focus on stuff like that, like Marina Drive or.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe we have a motion then to accept for information. Is that correct? Awesome. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the Quarter 2 RCMP crime stat dated July to September for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great, thank you. Thank you for your time, Staff Sergeant. We appreciate you coming in to do the presentation. Moving forward now with items, sorry, I apologize, flipping over. Item 7, which is our public hearing and appointments. We have a few of these. I'm wondering if instead of doing each one as a separate presentation, can we do the presentation once, because essentially it's the same thing, and then move forward with each motion? Yeah, that's what I mean. So but the presentation, the idea behind it is the same, but then do each motion separately instead of doing 1, 2, 3, 5 presentations? Can we do? Yeah.
To follow protocol procedure, it would be to do each one separately.
To do a separate present? Okay.
There isn't really much of a presentation for
Okay.
it.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
you guys are removing and then making a motion to add.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Let's just do that
Okay.
quickly.
All right.
All right. So item 7.1, which is the ARB committee appointments.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for today. That Council make the following changes to the Assessment Review Board appointment to remove Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Narayan, sorry, Mayor, from the Assessment Review Board, and then appoint Deputy Mayor Narayan to the Assessment Review Board effective from November 19th, 2024 until October 25th organizational meeting of Council. We cannot have an alternate on an ARB.
Great. Thank you. Is there any comments, questions about this from council? Sorry, Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair, through administration, possibly to you, Mrs. Vandermeer, I read through all of these committee reappointments and it says we did them incorrectly. Can you give us a summary on how we did these incorrectly so we don't do it again, please?
So council had made, through the mayor to Councillor Warzanowski, council had made the motion to approve them all in the bulk sum, and these are separate committees. They cannot be combined with the committee bylaw, or they're into that bunch of committees. They all have to be separately done because they also have their own bylaws themselves.
Okay, great. Then that's only fitting for us to appoint these individually as
Yes,
well.
absolutely.
We also did not have end dates on them.
No,
And so
we need to
putting
have
the
an
end dates
date
on them
going
is also
forward.
helpful.
Great.
And then just as a side note, we'll have at the December 3rd council meeting, a new committee bylaw for everyone.
Thank you.
So with that, can we move forward with the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council remove Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Narayan from the Assessment Review Board.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. The next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint Deputy Mayor Narayan to the Assessment Review Board effective from November 19, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Sorry, we're just waiting for the results to, there we go. And that's carried. Thank you. 7.2, Chestermere Emergency Management Committee appointments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this one is to remove Mayor Dean and Councillor Schindler from the Regional Emergency Management Board, and then make a new motion to appoint Councillor Schindler as the primary member and Mayor Dean as the alternate member to the Regional Emergency Management Board effective November 19th, 2024 until October organizational meeting. Sorry, until the 2025 organizational meeting.
Great, thank you. Can we have the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council remove Mayor Dean and Councillor Schindler from the Regional Emergency Management Board.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council appoint Councillor Schindler as the primary member and Mayor Dean as the alternate member to the Regional Emergency Management Board effective from November 19th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. 7.3, the Chestermere Library Board Committee appointments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this one will be remove Councillor Randhawa and Councillor Schindler from the Chestermere Library Board, and then appoint Councillor Randhawa and Councillor Schindler to the Chestermere Library Board effective from November 19th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Can I have the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council remove Councillor Randhawa and Councillor Schindler from the Chestermere Library Board.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council appoint Councillor Randhawa and Councillor Schindler to the Chestermere Library Board effective from November 19th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And it's carried. Item 7.4, the CFWR alternate committee appointment. This is the Community Futures Wild Rose.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This one is to remove Councillor Sandboe from the Community Futures Wild Rose Board, and then appoint Councillor Sandboe as a primary board member and Councillor Randhawa as the alternate board member to the Community Futures Wild Rose Board effective from November 19th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of the council.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move to remove Councillor Sandboe from the Community Futures Wild Rose Board.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move to appoint Councillor Sandboe as the primary board member and Councillor Randawa as the alternate board member for the Community Futures Wild Rose Board, effective from November 24th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Apologize, just to be clear, it's November 19th.
Did I say, what did I
You
say?
said November
19th.
24th, 2024.
November 19th, 2024, I apologize.
Thank you, Councillor Schindler. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And we have one more, which is the Subdivision Appeal Board Committee appointments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And the last one is to remove Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Narayan from the Subdivision and Appeal Board, and to appoint Deputy Mayor Narayan as the primary member and Mayor Dean as the alternate member to the Subdivision Appeal Board, effective November 19th, 2024, until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the first motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the councillor move Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Narayan from the Subdivision and Appeal Board.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And final one. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor, oh, no, sorry, it shouldn't be you because it's you on this. Councillor Grant?
I move that council appoint Deputy Mayor Narayan as the primary member and Mayor Dean as the alternate member to the Subdivision Appeal Board, effective from November 19th, 2024 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Oh, that's carried, and I'm so thankful we are done that process. To our acting CAO, Ms. Jo Hallwatt, I'm just wondering if we could have Ledge Services send back out to council an updated spreadsheet that has this now updated as to who the member is and who the alternative members are for each of the councillors. If we could just send out an updated form to council.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. Now moving to 8.1, which now I believe would be the sound wall repair. Is that correct? Yes. So this is being presented by Mr. Mike Fluker, our Director of Community Operations.
Good morning, Your Worship, council members. I am Mike Fluker, Director of Community Operations, and I am returning before council today to again bring in front of you a recommendation that council approve an expenditure of up to $73,000 from the city's general restricted surplus fund for the repair of the damaged sound wall along Rainbow Road. Excuse me. Excuse me. So by background, earlier this year, a vehicle collided with the sound wall on the east side of Rainbow Road between Waterford Road and Waterford Boulevard. This collision resulted in significant damage to the sound wall, and the estimated cost to repair the damage is $71,728. This issue was brought before council on November 5th, 2024, at which time administration was directed to seek a legal opinion as to the ability to hold the third-party insurer responsible for 100% of the repair cost. Council further directed administration to determine if there was a safety concern with the current state of the wall and if the city had any past history with insurance claims for sound wall repair. The details of the November 5th RFD are listed below for your reference. I won't read through that again unless you would like me to. To get to the issue at hand, it has now been determined that the city has no previous history with an insurance claim for any sound wall repair. We do have other types of insurance claims for a variety of things, but nothing that relates specifically to a sound wall. In doing the research, I became aware that this same wall was damaged in a section further south of the current location. It has since been repaired, and it was done so privately without the city's knowledge. So I have no idea who paid for that. It sounds like it would have been an insurance claim, but handled privately and repaired by the same people that actually built the wall in the first place. So the city has now initiated a legal opinion as to the liability and seeking to hold the third-party insurer 100% liable for the full cost of the repair. We expect the opinion within a week. However, even if it is in our favor, we still have to commence an action and obtain a favorable ruling to get the outcome that we seek. So that's going to take some time. It could take months, and in the meanwhile, we still have a damaged wall that I truly believe presents a safety hazard. I've attached a photograph of the wall that I took last week for your reference. You can see there a portion of one of the panels is hanging above the ground. There's a sidewalk that runs right past it. You can reach out and touch the wall, and again, it presents a hazard to anybody that's walking by it. I think the longer we leave it, the more likely it is that this fence will deteriorate and increases our liability should something happen. So the implications are simply this: the city would be on the hook for the initial full cost of the repair, which is estimated at $71,728. All of this, or a portion, will be recovered, depending on the legal opinion we get and the action we take based on that legal opinion. Our risk, again, is that this is currently structurally unsound and exposed to the public walking by and to the family that lives there. It's been now 10 months, and I'm sure they would be anxious to get that wall repaired. If we don't repair it, I am convinced that this opens the city up to a liability. So again, I am asking the city to authorize an expenditure of up to $73,000 so that we can get the wall repaired. We still have a window before the weather gets real severe. I think we're going to have once the snow recedes, we can get the wall repaired. Questions or comments?
Great, thank you. Any questions? I did notice too, Mr. Fluker, that you brought backup today for the second presentation.
Indeed, I did.
That you have teammates in the gallery as a just in case. I believe I see the backup is here.
My legal representative.
That's right. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through the acting CEO to Mr. Fluker, thanks for the presentation and the additional information. And as much as I'm reluctant in dipping into city's account for this, reserves for this, I do realize that this needs to be done. This needs to be fixed. It's an eyesore. We owe it to the neighbours. It's definitely a hazard, and it could escalate to even further liability. Yeah, and at least parts of it, will be covered, as I understand, through some form of insurance. So, yeah, I say, we move along with this and get it done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me, sorry, my throat, I don't know, bothering me today. Through you to Sandy Jalwat to Mr. Fluker. With the picture, yeah, it is actually, I know we said no to last time, but for the residents who live there and the walkways there for the community safety, I think we need to move this forward. to finish this up if it's a city liability somewhere. So I don't want to take any city liability and then for the future cost for that. And especially the residents, there is a house and residents live there, and it's for their safety as well. And because community is growing, so we always talk about the safety concerns. So if there is a safety which one we can see through the picture, I think we need to move this forward.
Great, thank you. I believe we're at a point where we're doing opinions, which means I think we should move to a motion here quicker and then have that inside the motion. So can I have the motion, please, that we are looking at? Unless there's a specific question. You do have a question? Okay, Councillor Schindler? Yeah, no, I just want to make sure, right? I feel like the last two may have been more of opinion. I just want to make sure that we're just a little bit careful there, right? So if it is a question, we have invited the opportunity for questions.
So my question is the wall as it sits, it's been sitting there for 10 months. What is the city's procedure when it comes to a situation like this where we have a hazard to mitigate this hazard as soon as possible? Because I as an individual, I would say 10 months is far too long, and we should have had a crew knocking that down yesterday.
Thank you, Councillor Schindler, for your question. The city does have a process in place, and I could actually forward to you an email of the timeline of what was done to deal with this. And it was actually, when the accident first occurred, it was dealt with immediately to go and remediate to try and make it as safe as possible and to put this temporary barrier up. And from that point, the process began to determine who we could hold responsible and recover the funds from to get this repaired. And in this email, the repair plan was within a few weeks of the damage taking place. And again, it's historical now, but through a series of events that got delayed. So to come back to your question, going forward, I will do everything that I can within my power to ensure that any issue like this that occurs that is safety related will be dealt with as immediately as we can. I don't see a situation where I would allow it to be delayed 10 months, if that satisfies your question.
Yes, it does. I had a quick follow-up to that. So I'm looking at the picture and I'm wondering if there's a huge crack in the other wall as well, or if that's just an artifact of the photograph. If you can just
yes, indeed, that is a crack in the wall, and the estimate is to repair both sections. It's approximately $30,000 to repair each section.
Did we get several quotes or opinions on these repair? The $71,000 seems way high, and I feel like if more sections of that wall get damaged in the future, we're looking at a major liability.
It's a unique construction, and not every general contractor has the ability to repair a wall of this type. But having said that, I do have a second quote underway from someone that is qualified, and I expect to have that this week. And we can do a comparison, and I simply commit to you that we would take the lowest of the quotes, all things being equal.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that, because it seemed the number seemed so high based on my experience with concrete and sound walls. So thank you for your input on that.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and Mr. Fluker. I noticed in the last presentation of this, there was a breakout of the quote provided. In that quote, there was no dollars allocated for traffic safety or flagging personnel, and it was noted that it is at additional cost in that quote. So I just want to make sure, would you like to answer that portion first?
Your comments are noted, and I'll have to look into that to confirm for you.
Yeah, that's all I want, is just to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and making sure that the quotes, because looking at this, there's absolutely going to have to be flag personnel here. It's a very busy street. There's no doubt about it. They're going to have to bring in a Zoom boom to do this work. So there is going to be equipment, there is going to be traffic impediments, and I want to make sure we're prepared for that.
Thank you. If there's any significant change to this, I will have to, again, come back and seek approval. I am optimistic that it can be covered under the $73,000.
I think we could also just all get ready for the emails that are going to come in as we have more traffic delays on Rainbow Road. That'll be great. It's gonna be good. Sorry, Councillor Warsanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, administration, and to you, Mr. Fluker. You'd mentioned you presented us this approval twice now, and this time you did indicate that we'll get some or all of the recovery. Can you give us a little bit more confidence that how are we going to achieve that recovery other than asking the other insurer to pay us? Like, I mean, because last time you presented, it was the exact opposite, that our adjusters said, no, this is on you. So now it's now we have some more confidence that we're going to get some recovery in regards to this 73 plus $1,000.
Thank you for your comments. When I presented on the 5th of November, we had determined at that time through our adjuster that we would definitely be able to recover a portion of that. We just didn't know exactly what that amount would be. And again, it was going to be based on a modified amount that would suggest that there was a depreciation factor based on the age of the wall. So we are definitely going to get something back. With the legal opinion that we are seeking, it may be that they suggest that we can get 100% of this back because it's a unique situation. We have to repair the wall. The cost is to repair it with new material, not used material. And it is what it is. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we will get a favorable opinion. But having said that, once we receive the opinion, we would have to commence an action. And then it's a balancing act, the cost of the action versus what we could actually recover. And that's the reality of that world.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. So you actually triggered something in my mind there of, you know, we are seeking repair damages, and the quote you provided is for strictly the repair damages of this wall. But has not the city administration spent a fair amount of time dealing with this issue, talking with legal, all that? In my opinion, that should be added to the insurance claim.
Noted, and indeed we can tabulate what that will be and add it to the claim. Yes.
Councillor Warsanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. As a follow-up to my initial question, do we lose our negotiation position with the other party if we go and I know this has been brought up in the presentation, but what's your feelings on losing our negotiation position if we dish out the cash to pay for this and then go ask for money after the fact?
Thank you for your comments, and my sense of it is exactly what you're stating. I think it does weaken our negotiating position. The flip side of this is the urgency to repair, to negate our liability. Again, that's the reality of the situation. But you are correct. I feel that it would. Once we've paid for it, if we get stood up, we're on the hook, and we'll have to fight for our piece. Now, again, having said that, I know that we are going to get something back. It's a question of how much. I believe that worst case scenario would be somewhere around half of the expenditure. So the additional 30 some odd thousand dollars, 35,000 would have to be weighed against what we've already spent and what it would cost to litigate full recovery.
Okay, with that, I think it'd be time to move towards the motion. So if I could have the motion on the screen, please. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan?
So move that council approve an expenditure up to $73,000 from the city's general restricted surplus fund for the repair of the damaged sound wall along Rainbow Road.
Comments, questions within the motion, please. Counselor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration. I realize that we all sat up here again and kind of kicked the crap out of the presentation a little bit on the dollar value and our risk. And the risk is valid. But at the end of the day, we are a city and we have a duty to the public and we have a duty to this resident to fix this issue in a timely manner. And I don't think it would be appropriate for us, even though we are putting ourselves in more risk to do so, I don't think it would be appropriate to delay this any longer. We are in winter. It's going to become even worse to fix this wall now. And I get it. If this was Murray Grant personally, he would be fighting this as well. And I wouldn't replace it, but that is not the situation. We have a duty of care, and I think we just need to move on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Any other comments, questions within the motion? Councillor Grant, I also want to appreciate you holding on to that comment until we were in the motion. Thank you I appreciate that. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to add support to Councillor Grant's comments. I agree with everything that's been said. I think the risk of this family's child making their way through this temporary fence and onto the road is pretty significant, having young children myself. And I have confidence in administration to make sure that we're recouping whatever costs we can on this.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Worzanowski?
While I support, thank you, Mayor Dean, while I support both councillors who just spoke, I have more reluctance because of the financial exposure that we have and our negotiation position. However, the urgency and the liability does outweigh that for me. Just note that my reluctance is in being responsible with our money and being responsible to the affected parties, especially to the party that made this damage. The fact that that we have to dig into our pockets and pay for this, whether we get recovery or not, and potentially losing our negotiation position is not a good way to look at this, especially since this happened a number of months ago. I've been involved in a lot of insurance claims, whether they're in professional, I was actually in the insurance business, and being haste is your biggest advantage in taking care of these insurance claims as quickly as possible so everybody understands the expectations up front, not after the fact. So thank you for your presentation, but I am in support of getting this repaired. Thank you.
All right. With that, can I go to the vote? Everybody good? Thank you for the comments, everybody. I support the tension that's in this. As there is a tension, obviously, that exists in this, right? Because it is a big dollar value and we're weighing a lot. And, welcome to sitting on this side of the desk, Council. It's, there is certainly a tension within this. So thank you, administration, for your presentation. So with that, I would like to call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, I'd like to call for a recess, and we will come back at 10:25 because I see the faces, but I believe that this next presentation is going to be a little while, and we've been going for an hour and 15 minutes right now, so we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to have the next presentation. So we'll come back at 10:25.
May I ask one quick
Great, thank you. We are just coming back from break. I was advised going into break there that I had missed a hand up just at the end from Councillor Warzanowski. Councillor Warzanowski, was there a question that you wanted to follow up with? We still have Mr. Fluker in the room, so was there, I apologize again for missing your nudging there. Was there a question that you want to follow up with Mr. Fluker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. My only question was, once this work is complete, maybe just send a brief report on what our recoveries were and show us the give us an update on when the project is done and what the net result was at the end, whether it's full recovery, no recovery, our total costs, and that could be just a very simple update to us whenever the work gets completed. Thank you.
I think that should come back to a council meeting. So we can just have that and we'll just pay attention and then through our acting CAO to our CAO who will be back at that time because I'm sure this is not going to be solved in 7 days. Then we can have that added to a future agenda item. Okay, great. Thank you. Was that it then? Okay. With that, then, we are moving on to the 2024 Utility Master Plan. This is being presented by Mr. Mark Rault, our interim senior municipal engineer. And I understand that this presentation is going to be about 3 or 4 minutes. Is that what I is that what I understand about our Utility Master Plan? Awesome. Well, thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Well, thanks everyone for having me. Please note that all my comments and that of our presenters are through the mayor to the rest of council. Today, I will be introducing our consultant who wrote our new UMP, SEMA Plus, and I'll let them introduce themselves here in a bit. So, in a little quick background, we have an existing UMP. It was issued in 2017. It was issued under this old CUI and their philosophies about how Chestermere should be serviced. When I came into the organization a few years ago, that was council's decision to move away from that philosophy and get us more in line with the level of service and the costs associated with our local municipalities such as Calgary or Airdrie and those. So that's the fundamental real background. So in March of 2023, we engaged SEMA Plus as a city to come in and redo the master plan. And the master plan, utility master plan, looks after the water, potable water, and our sanitary sewer or wastewater. We'll use those intertwined, sanitary wastewater. And the master plan looks at where we are today, where we're going to be, what do we need to service the community in 25 years, and what do we need to service the community to our boundaries. So if we developed everything within the city of Chestermere, what infrastructure do we need? The report was developed with internal support from our PMO office and myself and the utility engineers. And it uses what we need to upgrade today, our existing infrastructure, and what we need to do in the future. It comes out with infrastructure projects. These projects are what we put into our offsite levy model. So this is really critical, this infrastructure, because it directly impacts our offsite levies and what we charge our developers for developing in the community. So that it's the numerator in the offsite levy, the denominator is how much growth we have in it, then this is the numerator in the water and the sewer. We did do a presentation to council, not this council, but the previous council in November of last year about the design parameters. This is a fundamental change that we made from the 2017. 2017, they used a very simplified model, especially on the sanitary. So they used what we call a static model, basically an Excel spreadsheet. And it's very simple and it's very appropriate for a community of 15, 20,000 people to do, and that size. But when you're talking 50, 60,000 people, you need to invest in a more complex model. We call it dynamic model, and Steve can go into that. But it basically models the actual flows, and it has a significant impact on the inputs into into your model, which then affects your output. So there will be changes from our 2017 to the 2024 one based on those inputs. Fundamentally, the whole concept is the same, but when those things are and what we need have changed slightly based on those inputs. Well, so without further ado, because I know we'll have a lot of questions and a lot of input, I'll turn this over to SEMA Plus here. And before I do that,
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration to you. Thank you for presenting this. Before we get started, in your presentation, Mr. Rault, you indicated that the 2024 UMP will replace any existing UMP. Understood that there was one done in 2017 that is not fit for purpose, but you also note that it is more linked to our current MDP. Now, explain to, my question is with the forthcoming MDP being renewed next year, and this being a presentation on the UDP, is there any real risk doing it now instead of revisiting this when our MDP is reissued next year?
So to your question, I don't believe so. I have reviewed the draft MDP that they're working on right now, and I put my comments in there. When we set this up, we set the basis as everything being population, which is the worst case scenario. And my understanding is it's going to go from all residential to some industrial or commercial, which will take less flows, right? And with the dynamic model, we can adjust those inputs into it, which may affect minor size of the pipe, but that's at the detail level. So I don't believe it doesn't affect the new MDP will not change significantly the UMP here, and it has enough flexibility in our current UMP, this new UMP, to address all the items that were identified in the draft. Now, if you come up with some other things way outside of that, then I can't speak to that. But what you've shown so far in the UMP and your inputs, or the MDP, sorry, it can be addressed with this current UMP.
Great, thank you.
So without further ado, I'll introduce Steve Daw and SEMA Plus.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, just before you begin, just a process question. There we go. That's English. Would you like us to save our questions till the end of your presentation or ask throughout? Which would you prefer?
I'm totally happy for you to ask them throughout.
Okay, so I will just...
This is like almost a conversation.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I will just watch for hands, or if you see a hand, then just please feel free to indicate, and then I will just call and said councillor. Awesome. Thank you.
There you go. Okay. Well, thanks for having us. My name is Stephen Dodd. This is Jamie Purdy. Jamie did most of the technical work related to the water model, the water and wastewater modeling. We were here, as Mark said, back in November, where we talked about the updated design criteria, presented it to council. There, I think, are 2 or 3 members here that were here during that presentation. One of the things that I wanted to, I guess, clarify is that we also did the 2017 utility master plan as well. I've been working in City of Chestermere for 15 plus years. Jamie's been kind of maybe close to 10 at this point. So we're aware of all of the water and wastewater projects that have happened over time, not just kind of related to the utility master plan. One of the other things I wanted to say was basically introduce our presentation. Jamie's going to be doing the bulk of the presentation because he did the bulk of the work. I understand that there are some people here with some technical backgrounds, and if they have any questions as we go along, we're happy to try to address those as we move along. The presentation is going to be mostly related to the methodology and the outcomes that came out of the utility plan, because we sort of addressed the design criteria and the approach last year before we sort of started the work. So we're happy to answer questions on any of it, but today's presentation will be sort of mostly focused on the method and the results. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Council, for having us here today. I can just control the slide here. Doesn't look on. Doesn't look very on. Perfect. No worries. All right. Okay, so just a quick kind of review of our general agenda of this presentation. We'll have broke it down into basically 3 sections. The first was our methodology. So this is our design basis and initial engagement, our growth projections and their integration with the offsite levy areas, the water system development and assessment, and the wastewater system development and assessment. So that's largely the technical aspect. Won't try to get too into the weeds with the technical details, but we can expound on them if you have any questions. Then I have a summary of all the capital projects for water and wastewater with the dollar values and the kind of inputs into it, which I think are kind of the major outcomes from this. And then I have I have basically a detailed list of every capital project that has come out of this for growth. I don't intend to go through each of those in detail, but we can kind of touch base on all of them, and especially the major ones, the really high dollar ones, to just kind of go into why these were necessary and what impacts they have and when they occur and that sort of thing. So we did our initial design basis memo November last year. We engaged Build Chestermere just to inform them of some of the changes that we're doing with some of our inputs and some of our design criteria. Out of this, we developed design criteria and scoping for level of service. That's like min and max pressures in a water distribution system, available fire flow, water storage requirements, the volume of storage that you need for certain flows and populations, water supply requirements, water and wastewater pumping, and wastewater collection requirements. So in this, we took historical data. We reviewed our per capita water demands, per capita wastewater demands, overall pretty significant reductions from the previous utility master plan. Part of that was just through the data analysis. Part of that is just over time, as cities get bigger, their per capita demands reduce. It just kind of gets scaled out. We changed how we look at water storage requirements. Essentially, a big part of this was just trying to be less conservative with our design criteria overall. So this means accepting a slightly higher level of risk for reducing the overall requirements for a system. And so that was that we engaged with Mark and Build Calgary. Could you give me this water? Yeah. Sure. To reduce kind of the overall impacts to the system. Yes.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as always, my comments and questions through you, sir. You're mentioning risk. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not sure what kind of risk we're talking about here. Is this financial? Is this the system failing? What kind of risk?
It's generally the risk of like over or under designing a water distribution system. Like say you're planning for a population of 50,000 people and you make these assumptions for how you accommodate that population. And so you think there's going to be this amount of flow that's required to support that population. A more conservative view would be saying we're expecting more flow with that population. So we need to build larger pumps, larger pipes, larger storage reservoirs, and so on. And so generally with the design standards that are established, like Alberta Environment Design Standards, which is the go-to for designing wastewater collection systems and water distribution systems, it's kind of well understood that they're very conservative, especially with wastewater. Wastewater in particular, you take a per capita water generation
and you add a peaking factor to it, so it's a multiplier to that flow to account for higher flows through the day. But those peaking factors are generally very, very high, and they're supposed to scale with population, and they only really work well with lower population municipalities when you actually see those really high peak flows. When you get into larger populations, these 20, 30, 40,000 person municipalities, then we see what's more of we call these like diurnal peaks in the day. So there's a peak in the morning and a peak in the afternoon, and it kind of goes down overnight. And so we have transitioned from using this kind of across the board peaking factor based on population to actually measuring the incoming flows into the lift stations, generating a diurnal pattern for the city that we actually see. This is our measured in the morning, we see this peak. In the afternoon, we see this peak, and it goes down overnight, and have applied that to our inputs. So for like where risk comes in is if there's a kind of an unexpected event of unexpectedly high flow, that could be more than what we're actually anticipating. That would be like that risk.
Yeah.
So what I'm understanding is these projections would assume that peak for a higher population, but it wouldn't assume that peak at all times of the day for that population. Is that how that factor works?
Yeah, it's like it's at certain periods of the day. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess I'll just kind of run with that. So we, well, I'm going to save that, sorry. So yeah, so we developed a new design basis memo that kind of reconsidered these inputs into it, and moved on with that. The next piece was the growth projections. So this is the kind of one of the most important parts for the inputs into the utility master plan, because this is what establishes the demands in the system for water and wastewater in the future. So this was all provided by the city and through Mark of the growth projections for each of the offsite levy areas in a 25-year horizon and a full build-out horizon. So you can kind of see in that image, like each of the major offsite levy areas are broken out, and kind of the total net developable area of each and the growth expected in there. And so these projections were based on the 25-year there was an assumed level of growth in each offsite levy area based on net developable area, and then we had a pretty conservative population density that we applied to it, and I think that came from like the municipal development plan. So I think it worked out to about 61 people per hectare. Yes.
Councillor Wozinowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through our chair to our presenters, thank you for coming. Just a question, if our borders changed, we probably can expect similar growth even though the borders may change, but would there be enough conservative estimates in the UDP to account for slightly border changes and population densities kind of moving around a little bit here and there?
So to your question, yes, we're at a high level at the UMP. We're not down on the detail, right?
Yeah.
So a simple change of like when we're talking these big pipes, they're at 0.1%, really slow. You change that to 0.11, which is a centimeter over a kilometer kind of thing, like it's nothing. That would add, 20% to your flow? So those are the kind of differences that we could have, and it makes them pump. So you're absolutely right. The bigger issue with changing the border changes our master service agreement with the city of Calgary. We have a 20-year with an extension. They basically have said their policy allows, as long as we don't change the border, they will service the entire population within our current boundary. If we exchange our boundaries, that has to go back to their council for approval and authorization. So we might need a separate, so yes, the infrastructure, but I don't know if we have the source.
No, my question was about the infrastructure. I'm sure there'd be some negotiation otherwise. Thank you.
Another thing worth mentioning as well, that I don't think has been brought up yet, is that this plan is the type of plan that should be updated on a fairly regular basis, every 5-6 years probably. So when significant changes happen, it might trigger maybe updating the plan sooner than later.
I've also noticed that where you're planning on installing these main lines would be relatively supportive, as if the borders did change, they would easily be able to be tied in to the new communities, most certainly, but also surrounding those new communities. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note too that like what we see on the maps, what we put out for projected alignments are very high level. Like they like these actually get more developed as you go into your NSPs or into your detailed designs of actually getting the alignments of these pipes. We just say generally you need something about this big, about this place, and that's about as detailed as we get for that. The granularity isn't quite there for these larger things. This is just like the big scale projects. Okay, so with our growth projections, like I said, we had a 25-year and a full built horizon. The 25 years picked because that's kind of the scope of the offsite levy, so we kind of tie those two things together. And then everything after that is just that's where it gets a little more variable, and your borders can change or your growth can change in those areas, and it's more so we're just trying to like plan for the future and making sure that we're considering those future impacts, but they don't really feed into like the offsite levies, and those are the kind of projects that are outside of the 25-year window that are going to be more subject to change. They're not set in stone at this point. So in the 25-year, projected 780 hectares of growth for an additional 47,000 people. So that would put Chestermere at about 70,000 people at the end of the 25-year horizon. And then at the full build out of the current annexation boundary, about 2,040 hectares of growth for 124,000 additional people from today, or from 2023.
Just on, when you say population, we got to be careful here. Yeah. That's equivalent population. So some of that is going to be commercial, and some of it's going to be industrial, which are not people, but they have equivalent flows. So we've converted it to equivalent people. So to the question of before about the MVP, when you guys make a change and we want to do commercial here instead of residential, or you want to do industrial instead of residential, the residential is the worst case scenario based on our analysis. So that's why we have that. So it gives you the maximum flexibility to do these things. So it goes also to your point, if we go expand beyond, do we have a little bit of capacity? Depends on how much commercial and industrial you put in and how much do they use for water and sewer.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. While we're still on this map, I was wondering, some of our communities don't have the same level of service with water and sewer. So since this is a projection and growth projection we're talking about here, how does that handle that in Chestermere?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean there. Like different population densities for different communities, or?
No, apologies. I wouldn't be the best person to explain, but I believe some of the acreages have different service levels, wells and that.
Yeah. So the assumption of like any of these areas with like acreages inside of them, like I know there's east acreages and north acreages, that's like the pink and the blue on the map, I think, are the big ones. Essentially, the assumption is when growth is going in there, they're getting connected to the existing distribution and collection systems. And again, the assumption is like this same level of density kind of across the board. So more specific servicing for those areas, if they have a unique servicing plan for them, that's kind of outside of the scope of like the typical servicing, I think you'd have to investigate those specifically.
That makes sense. Thank you. So is this plan in populations, is this assuming these acreage areas are densified?
Yes.
They're intensified?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a pretty simplified application of growth kind of across the board, where it's the same intensity of growth and development for essentially every area. And again, that's like that kind of reflects like the worst case scenario of intensity and of demand for these services. Okay.
Okay, so moving on to the water system. So generally the process of developing the water model and the inputs for it, first of all, we got GIS information for all the new infrastructure that's been installed since the previous time we developed a model for Chestermere, which actually was in between the previous UMP and now. I think we did a model update in 2020 or so from request from the city at the time. So this was more of an update for the existing system. So we get all new information, all the new pipes, valves, any new pumps, all that new information, implement it into the computer model. We gathered customer water meter data and overall distribution data, and essentially scaled the customer meter data to the distribution data so we could apply it across the city in such a way that it actually reflects the use. Whereas there's some more simple ways to apply it where you just say, we estimate this many people in this area and we kind of apply it and make sure it kind of fits. So this is actually quite bespoke to the city itself, where it actually reflects the demand across the board for the existing system. So yeah, we take annual water meter or annual water reports from the utility operators and just kind of scale it up. Then the next steps, once we have a working model, we take a look at the existing system, review it against the design criteria. So we're looking at across the city, the available pressures for our peak demands, available fire flow for our maximum data demands, available water storage against our storage requirements, and our available pumping capacity. We assess the system, look for deficiencies, and if there are notable deficiencies, that we would recommend a capital project to address those. Overall, there were minimal noted deficiencies. There are some areas that don't quite have that available fire flow yet that are in the process of with future growth and future projects that will be addressed. But there was no significant outcomes from the existing system that needed to be addressed. Currently, the existing water network performs quite adequately. From there, we developed the 25-year and full build-out horizon scenarios. And so this is essentially really high level, getting each of the offsite levy areas with their kind of distinct growth in each of them, applying that population for each offsite levy area with the per capita demand that we had established, kind of drawing out a water network in those areas that would support those future demands, and assessing the system. So partly that's in the model itself to look at pumping requirements, again, the level of service and everything, and a bit of a desktop assessment too for the water storage requirements and water supply. So one of the major outcomes from the 25-year horizon is that we do eventually need a new water storage reservoir, and the location for that was kind of chosen to be in the northwest, which would support areas that are above the current capability to support from the existing system. Essentially, there's a big hill there, and it's too high for the pumps to keep up with. We have a thing called pressure zones where there's only so much elevation you can kind of cover without getting without like over pressurizing a system or not having enough pressure. So this develops a new pressure zone in the northwest. This is the Water Bridge development, I believe, with a new pump station and reservoir there. And I think the other 25-year outcome is we're looking at a new water supply line from the city of Calgary. Right now we have two. The major one is called the ECRW. It's a 900 millimeter line. That's a regional line that supports Chestermere, Strathmore, and a few other communities. And then there's a small 300 millimeter line that supports just the city of Chestermere. And part of our design criteria with reservoir storage that we were trying to address like risk and redundancy is we were scaling the amount of storage that we needed in our potable water reservoirs by assuming one of the major supply lines is offline. So this is kind of implementing redundancy into the storage reservoirs themselves, ensuring that if there was a catastrophic failure of the large diameter line, then we could have water for at least a day or two so that could get fixed. So as demands increased, that scaled the storage reservoirs quite high because we're trying to support 50, 60,000 people off of a 300 millimeter water supply line. So it kind of came out in the woodwork that it just made more sense financially and from an infrastructure point of view to eventually develop a new water supply from Calgary. Calgary has plans of running a large diameter line a couple of kilometers away to support their eastern boundary. And we've initiated discussions with them about the possibility of connecting to that. Overall, this is pretty far in the future, even with, it's within the 25-year horizon, but it's kind of like near the end of it. So there's some planning time to kind of work out those agreements and everything. But overall, I think we need a new 6,000 cubic meter reservoir for the 25-year horizon, a new water supply line, and a few pump upgrades at the water transfer station. And that's more or less in line with the previous utility master plan. And I think Mark even looked at the offsite levy comparison, and we're marginally higher than they were at 2017, which is pretty good for 7 or 8 years on. In the full build out, we need, I think, 24,000 cubic meters total, 1,600 liters per second pumping capacity. We're looking at changing the we're looking at expanding, instead of having just one new giant water storage reservoir, having two that are on different sides of the city that connect to different water supply lines. It essentially just increases system resiliency, improves the level of service on the eastern side of Chestermere, because you now have a pump station at the southeast corner instead of everything coming from the northwest. So it reduces overall pipe sizes that you might need to support that water. And like I said, it's connected to a separate supply line instead of everything kind of all your eggs being in one basket, but also having the possibility to transfer between them if need be. So that's the long-term plan, but that second storage reservoir doesn't come in within the 25-year horizon, so it's still quite a ways out. So that was the water system. Then we did the wastewater system. What we started with was essentially building a brand new wastewater model. I think we had updated models since, again, the 2017 with new information. But as Mark had kind of alluded to, we moved from a what's called a static model, which is essentially everything happens at once and it's just a snapshot, to a dynamic model where this is incorporating those diurnal patterns of use and a dynamic storm event. So so everything kind of happens over time, and so this means that water moving through the collection network, it takes time to travel, which means you might have a peak incoming flow across the system of X, but it's actually only a peak of Y, which is less at any one point, because everything's taking time to move through the system. So we using available historical information through the lift stations that had flow meters. We created these diurnal patterns for each lift station collection system, and we calibrated a rainfall or storm event from existing rainfall data and kind of an observed storm event. So we you simulate rainfall that collects into the system, and there's always more water entering the system during a rain event through extraneous flow coming in. So
calibrate the wastewater model using that data, and then scale it up to what's called a 1 in 50 year storm event. So that's like kind of a higher rate of return storm event with a higher intensity. That's kind of your like flood events, as it were. It's not like the Calgary flood event or anything, but it's like that's kind of the general level of risk assessment for wastewater collection systems is a 1 in 50 year storm event. Yes.
Through the chair, and just a question to you as a presenter. You said not as bad as the Calgary storm event that we'd had. We had plenty of storm events here that may not be equal on scale because we're a smaller municipality, but there was plenty of damage in 2014, and then we had some significant rains the subsequent year. I think it was 15 and 16 actually. And I believe they were like a 1 in 50. So, no, not even close.
1 in 400. Yeah.
1 in 400.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're basing our models on 1 in 50. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and so does Calgary. So we're putting our level of risk in the sewer. Like, one of the problems in the last CUI was they went and they did that 2015, and they said we almost failed our system. We had a 1 in 400 year event, and we almost failed our system. So we have to design everything to handle a 1 in 400 year event. So all of a sudden, everything got more expensive, and all the residents, all of a sudden your CUI utility rates started going through the roof, right? And then they were going, well, wait a minute, Calgary isn't charging as much, Airdrie isn't charging as much, because we were trying to solve a 1 in 400 year event, where those two communities were trying to solve a 1 in 50 year event. So we're bringing ourselves back into the regional level of risk that everyone else is accepting. And that's why SEMA's done Airdries, and they've done, like, we know Calgary's, and so we're trying to get ourselves, our level of infrastructure and our level of risk. That was that risk before when we talked about risk balancing. 1 in 50. And we do have storage, and there's other things that we have that, there's design factors in our numbers. So that right now our dynamic model assumes that we're going to get this 1 in 50 year event on top of our 7 o'clock peak, 7 a.m. peak.
Yeah, so you have some conservative.
So there's some of that.
But not a 1 in 400 conservatism.
So in a 1 in 400 year, we would likely fail.
Yeah.
And we would likely have sewer discharge to the environment. We'd have to do it over environment. There would be a cost. But that's why we have insurance. We talk about insurance. Insurance covers us as long as we're doing our due diligence to the level, a reasonable level, and then we get insurance for above that unreasonable level. So that's where that whole memo that you got, some of you were here with, some of you weren't, we tried to balance that risk level, right? So hopefully that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just kind of the balancing act of exponential infrastructure costs versus the low risk events where you're building systems that you might never use in your lifetime. Okay. So where was I? Yeah, the storm event to the 1 in 50 year. So again, then it was the same process as the water. Once we had our calibrated model, we did a review against the existing system. We did a review against the 25-year and the full build-out horizons. We looked at some of the restrictions for outside of the city of Chestermere. For example, like currently, the city of Chestermere has one main discharge location to Calgary that they use, and under the current MSA, there's a limited flow that we're allowed to discharge to that because they have restrictions in their own downstream sewer from there. So one of the things that we found is that in our 25-year horizon, if everything is discharging from lift station 13 to that one location, we're going to be above that maximum peak flow allowed under the MSA, which is unlikely to increase at any point here because, again, it's their restrictions, their Great Plains sewer trunk. So eventually, we need a new discharge to Calgary. So this is a new force main down to a new point that's likely quite a bit farther south, closer to their treatment plant. But in the interim, we obviously don't want to
do that right now. It's expensive. We did find kind of a workaround solution in the interim where we can have, there's another discharge location to Calgary that's farther down that doesn't connect to that Great Plains trunk that has its own peak allowable flow that can be operated through lift station 10. So we found that if that it kind of everything worked out, the peak flows into lift station 10 worked out to the peak flows that you could discharge to that secondary discharge location, and the rest of the system collects into lift station 13 and goes to that current discharge location. And really, I think all we need to like outside of any new collection system to support future growth for the actual pumping requirements, all we really need is a pump upgrade at lift station 13 in the 25-year horizon to support the future growth. Eventually, and there'll be a new lift station to support growth in the southeast. That'll be called lift station 14, and that's driven by growth. Eventually, the plan is for everything to collect to these lift station 13. It was already planned to be twinned in the long term, so essentially 2 equivalent lift stations. And again, the plan is one of them will be to discharge to the current discharge location at the maximum amount, and the second will discharge to the new location with a new force main that is. Currently, the alignment and discharge location they're unknown. That's has to be resolved with working with the city of Calgary to kind of get that new agreement in place. Again, that's after the 25-year horizon. That's quite distant in the future. Other than that, eventually decommissioning lift station 10. Everything in the northwest collecting by gravity using that nice, great big. Trunk along Rainbow Road to collect all that flow down to the south, and the minimal, especially in the 25-year, it's mostly just linear collection gravity collection projects to support growth, and those will be kind of driven by the development demand. So these are going to look like really, really big numbers, but they try to break them out into the 25-year and the full build-out. This is the general summary for water projects. So like the big one, the one that's driving most of this is the eventual new water reservoir and pump station in the northwest. This is that project existed in the 2017 utility master plan. Obviously, costs have increased since 2017, but the general scope of it is the same. The new supply line to Calgary, which should be about 2 kilometers long. Again, that needs to be resolved with the city, and then largely it's just pump station upgrades. Supply line for the new reservoir from the existing distribution system, and that also allows them to cross connect. And if one supply line goes down, then they can supply back. And yeah, some like distribution trunk projects there. So in the 25-year water, the estimated capital project cost for offsite levy cost for growth is about $33 million. And anything outside of that is kind of outside of that window that we don't really consider. Wastewater projects, again, largely these the main drivers of costs are the new lift station 14 to support growth in the southeast. There's an interim lift station to kind of unlock growth right now in the East Acreages area that it can be discussed if that even goes onto the offsite levies or not. But essentially, right now it allows growth in an area that's not going to be able to be serviced through gravity for quite a while, because the location of the location of lift station 13 is at the bottom right, and there's 4 or 5 kilometers of gravity trunk that would have to be installed to get up to East Acreages. And there, from our understanding, there was kind of some willingness to develop earlier than that. So we kind of looked at that specifically. In fact, we looked at East Acreages and North Acreages kind of independently of the utility master plan, with supplementary reports for both of them to look at their immediate servicing kind of outside of the overall expected growth plan of the city. Rainbow Road?
Yes.
Yes.
Phase 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's I think the other major driver is the last major phase of Rainbow Road. That would probably still have to be microtunneled. I think it's still quite deep. And that's kind of the last section from like Chelsea going up to 17th Ave. That doesn't have to be done right away. Right now, development can go in the northwest in Bridgeport, Waterbridge, collecting to Lift Station 10. Rainbow Road is only required, that Rainbow Road Phase 3, that $10 million project, is only required once we hit the, well, there's kind of 2 different triggers. The main one is when we hit the capacity limitation at City of Calgary at our current discharge point, 450 liters per second. Once we hit that and we need to kind of change our operations and discharge through Lift Station 10 to the other location, those developments can no longer collect into Lift Station 10. They would bring it over capacity, so they have to connect to Rainbow Road. So that's kind of the major driver for that event, and eventually this will be the gravity trunk goes right up Rainbow Road to the almost into the northern extents through phases 3, 4, and 5. Those are the project summaries, and then kind of the rest of this is just like each of these projects broken out kind of one by one. I can go through them really quickly, each of them. I can go through the major ones, or I can field some initial questions, just kind of depending on.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you. If we could talk about Project W1, so this is the Northwest Reservoir and Pump Station Phase 1. I heard you also acknowledge that it's a pricier situation and also that the cost has gone up. So I was looking into the 2017 and 2021 documents. In 2017, what I think is this exact project, we were assuming would cost us $9 million. Right. So, and I think that had a contingency of $1.2 million. So obviously there's inflation, there's things like that, but it's quite a big difference. I was just looking for a little bit of conversation around this because in the 2017 plan, it looks like the trigger for this was a population of about 30,000 to 40,000 people. Now we're looking at a population of 52-ish thousand people being the trigger. And so that means it's also pushing the project out a little bit longer, which means inflation is going to continue. And this is a really expensive project. So could we talk a little bit about that rationale?
Yeah. So there's kind of 2 major triggers for this. Like the population trigger is essentially when we run out of storage at the existing reservoir. And I think that's with the assumption of the new supply line coming into, or no, that's because the supply line would connect to there. But yeah, that's essentially the first trigger, that population trigger, is when we run out of storage. The major population trigger though, will be any development above a certain elevation, and so that's that 1045 meter elevation, and it's kind of the edge of the like lotted area in that picture, like we can kind of see like like what's actually lotted out and legal on the legal boundary there. That's kind of the edge there, that 1045. Everything above that, the current system can't support. So we had looked at some like interim options, like building a pump station, for example, like a booster station to support that area, and eventually just. It would end up being throwaway infrastructure costs because this reservoir is required eventually. So I think
And I don't know if you remember quite,
So
quite the
there's
scale.
a couple other
Yeah.
things as well. In the 2017 UMP, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but there was a projection of full development of that area in the 25 years. And of course, that hasn't panned out yet, and it's been 8 years or so. I think they're just starting. So there was previously some expectation that development would happen up there sooner, and I think the population projection was more like a forecast associated with when we thought growth might happen up there. The hard limit of when it's required is, as Jamie said, the elevation of it in the upper pressure zone. The other thing that's changed from 2017 to this one is the way that we calculate required reservoir storage. And Jamie, you touched on it at the beginning, where we talk about how much additional storage we take over and above the redundant supply. And if I remember right, in 2017, we were using 3 average days, and we've now adjusted that criteria down to 2, 1?
City Foundry.
Yeah. So there is a quite a big adjustment in how we are saying we should store kind of that redundant supply. And I think that is also associated with the population difference. We can take the storage we have and we can make it go further with the revised criteria.
Yeah, and as far as like costs, like frankly, costs have some construction costs have nearly doubled in the last 8 years. I think we have we're also accounting for a pump station here. I can't remember if that was included in the last project. We're including for the cost of land, and to be frank, the size of the reservoir is slightly over that required for the 25 year. It is more of a phasing thing because there's eventually 2 phases for each of these north and south reservoirs. So it just broke out into 2 phases each. They need 12,000 cubes each for each of them. So 6,000 cubic meter phases for kind of the 25 year, and the full build out was kind of the overall phasing plan for these.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you. That's all very helpful. Thank you. I'm starting to understand. Clarification, that area above here, we're talking about how it hasn't been built out, etc. I believe I also heard earlier in the presentation saying this planning assumes intensification, densification. So we're assuming that that's at max build out up there. That's what we would be assuming with this plan. Yeah. So that aside, what I'm hearing is that there isn't a case to be made to doing this project earlier, to potentially get it done sooner, a lower cost, not lower cost, but sooner cost, less inflation situation.
So in general, you want to put infrastructure in the ground when you need it, not before you need it, right? Because of inflation, because we've been going like this for the last few years. There's always corrections. The big thing for this is this becomes a big issue when you get in an outline plan from that area. When that outline plan, you want it to kind of match our population demands. You don't want, because if we get this and you approve that up there, then that infrastructure has to be put in the ground at that point. So we got to go $20 million and we have to fund that. We don't have the money in the bank. Right, we just need to borrow that money. So we take some of your borrowing limit, we put in the ground and do that. So you want to really, this is one of the things that we will bring when an outline plan comes out. The utility engineers will come up and say, okay, if you let this occur, this is going to happen. This originally in the plan, it was going to happen in 2040. Now it's going to happen in 2030. It's 10 years advanced. Our offsite levies assumed it was going to be collected at 2040, and so we haven't collected enough money. So now those rates are going to go up. So there's consequences to timing. And so we have to give the flexibility. Our job as your utility engineer is to enable what you as council want out of your community. If this is the density you want, that we are by the CMRB, we're going to make sure that we can service that. And then we stage that to reasonable levels to be constructible. That's why I think we only need 4 megaliters in the 25, but because it's going to be ultimately a 12 megaliter reservoir, we don't want to do it in 3 phases. We want to do it in 2 phases because you have to have 2 cells minimum.
Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And as a follow-up to Councillor Sandboe's question, I know also putting in things early why you think you may be saving. There's maintenance costs and deterioration, depreciation, and things of that nature. My question is more surrounding, you can see here, and I love seeing these charts. I mean, a picture it says 1,000 words, when to queue some of these installations. How do we as a city ensure that we're monitoring that and say, I mean, obviously we have population, but there's other metrics that we have to be keeping in mind to say, all right, Mark comes to council or Mark comes to administration and says, it's time, we're about 10 years out, we have to start planning this now. How do we make sure, I mean, there's a lot here, right? I mean, look at the long list. There's capital projects in water and wastewater and all the rest of it. And that's only the beginning of how to build a city. So how do we monitor and make sure that we're not missing anything?
So a great question, actually, because I've had this conversation earlier. So we're in the budget process, the capital budgeting. And we take that capital budget that we do up, it informs our offsite levies. Our offsite levies informs our budget. Our offsite levies are informed by this utility the master plans. So we put those information into the master plan, and it kind of does this. So when you see a 5-year plan, that 3-4 year, it's basically pulling right out of the master plans because it's coming out of the offsite levies. And then because we update the offsite levy annually, we look at the growth annually and what's being triggered and where that growth is occurring. So we get developers say, oh, I'm going to develop up in Waterbridge now. Okay, that changes it. We bring that forward. Now, where there's a little bit of a input thing that it's council's call, right? Because we can't say that you're going to approve that outline plan or that subdivision, you know what I mean? That you have ultimate land use. So that kind of is the only variable there. But we try to accommodate that. So if we see this moving forward, one of the things that you'll see in there that we added this time is how much land do we need? Because we need to make sure that when you do your outline plan that we secure the 1.5 acres or 2 acres of land for this facility in their outline plan, right? How can you, as councils, approve land use and forget about that because we need a reservoir. If you looked at the old UMP, there is no plan for a reservoir here. Even though in our UMP there was a plan that we needed a reservoir, but we need a spot. We need a physical location. So you're absolutely right. It's this integration going around and around, and nothing is constant. Like we always loop around, and so when it changes, everything you do as a council has a consequence in these things, right? But by doing an annual review and doing these updates of every 5-6 years on our master plans, we can capture and minimize our risk. You don't have to be perfect, right? We do the best we can with a snapshot in time, and we make sure that we have the ideas in place. So if things happen really quickly, like they've happened in the last couple of years, we were able to adjust quickly, right? And we were able to, by doing some of the changes in the dynamic model and stuff, that really has helped us as well. We can run these models. So when the developer comes in, we actually get them to run a water model. We take their development and we tell them, go hire SEMA to go run in their model what their impact is. So we know that they're putting the right size pipes in. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. You answered my next question, and I was going to say, couldn't you just punch in today's state into SEMA's model? And that you did say that. I guess my question what level of confidence do you have in the model? Like 10% or 15%? I mean, obviously we take all those things into consideration, and there are assumptions that we make with the constraints of the models. But it'd be good to know because we want to make sure that we're never running out of water, obviously.
Calibrate the model against measurements.
Yeah.
Generally, we're happy if it's within 10%.
5% usually.
5%, and the calibration will help you get there too. So that's good to know. Yeah, thank you.
So that's like we do like hydrant flow tests and like do projections from that and look at like the pump stations or the distribution network and everything, and like whatever values we can, we actually chart those values against our outputs and make sure that they line up. So from like an existing snapshot, generally quite accurate. like where like error bar builds up is like whatever assumptions you have for that growth, for that density, for that population. That's generally more where that kind of starts to compound a little bit.
And just one thing, I guess one of the other big changes we've made is you'll see in here population triggers. You don't see years.
No, that's right.
The years of the population growth, we do a yearly forecast of our population growth. So we don't want to say, because in the past, what's happened is we had if you looked at the UMP, it said the water transfer station had to be fully upgraded in 2020 and just gave a date. And everyone's like, oh my God, it's 2020. Why haven't you done an upgrade to your water transfer station? Well, the demand wasn't there. So why would I go and put in all 6 pumps when I only need 1 pump, right? And so that's just part of this in the past. And this is the big philosophy change from CUI to us to date. And this, you guys can change the direction again, but this is the last couple of councils has changed that direction from us to say, you don't have to be perfect. You can have instances, a low probability, but you always have to have a low probability. Because when you try to buy something at 99.9, that's doable. But if you go to 99.99, that isn't 5% more. It's like 1,000 more to get that extra 0.9%. So that's what we're trying to match, the level of risk and the level of service to what the community has told us through council what they're willing to pay. So there is if we get a 1 in 400 year event, we may get sewer coming to the surface and we will have a leak and we'll be in the paper, and that will happen. We'll have insurance to cover that risk, but we're not going to overinvest for that 1 in 400 chance that's going to happen, right? Because I'd rather spend that money on a rec facility than a sewer pump.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our interim CEO, Sandy Jalwa, to the presenter. You keep on mentioning you did this project in 2017 to the council. What are the major change you did it into this project? Because major change, we can see the numbers. And what are the other major change you did into this project? This is my first question, then I might along with it.
I'll handle half that and let Steve pick up from wherever I leave off. But like I said, like we said kind of initially, like some of the major changes were like our initial assumptions and inputs. So that's where we did this like design criteria and risk memo, where we kind of really looked at what our initial inputs were from the previous one and like where those may have been really conservative. So with water, major changes would be the actual population that's going into it, the per capita water demands, peaking factors that are actually applied to the system. So we look at 2 peaking factors: maximum day demand, that's just your highest day use of the year, and your peak hour demand, that's your like physically the highest flow rate that you're pumping out of the system across the year. So a small adjustment for the peak hour. Largely, I think water wasn't so different, other than instead of having all of the future storage being at the Northwest Reservoir, we split it across the system to being in the Northwest and the Southeast. And I think just generally the growth inputs would be major changes for water.
The storage criteria.
Yes, and the storage criteria. Basically, with we still had a level of redundancy with the storage criteria, where we're saying let's store. It's kind of hard to say just on without having it on paper here, but we're storing twice the difference of our water supply with the largest supply out versus the demand. So we know that our smaller water line is not enough to keep up with our peak demand. So the reservoirs will slowly drain if the large water line is out. So we take the flow rate from the water line, take our flow rate, our peak demand, and that difference, twice that in a day, is our extra volume that we're storing on top of the 1 times average day that City of Calgary does.
So I think it used to be three times the difference. So we scaled that back a little bit.
I think we wrote it pretty clear in the
Yeah.
report if you want, because there's a lot of words and.
But we're baking in redundancy into the water storage, but less so than the last utility master plan, and that's also why we're advocating for the new supply earlier rather than later, because it's cheaper to build a new water line and connect it than to build a bunch of storage.
And my follow-up question with that, you just mentioned for the new area and stuff, did you guys get any feedback from the developer or the builders to connect with this system as well to bring this projection plan in front of us? So did you conduct any feedback with the developer, the land developer and the builder?
Yeah, we engaged with Build twice. We had an initial engagement session in 2023, November 2023, give or take, when we were developing the design criteria and risk memo. And then we had another kind of feedback session with them once we were in the draft stage of the utility master plan with the list of capital projects and kind of each impacted area. And so it was, I think there was 5 or 6 people from Build that came there, and we just kind of had a round table. We gave a similar presentation, opened it up for questions, comments, and kind of a chance for them to just review and have feedback on this process.
My last question. Thank you, Your Worship. Just the question, how does this plan align with the border sustainability goal and the regulation at the provincial and national level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So how this project, because we are sharing our border with the Calgary and the Rocky View as well. So for this goal, the regulation so this project is regulation within the provincial and national level.
Well, we consider like Alberta environment design criteria, but like they're more so like there's some level of like approvals that are like requirements for that criteria, but each municipality has the opportunity to create their own criteria for their distribution and collection systems. So we take information from like Alberta environment guidelines and regulations for they're often more suggestions and often very conservative came up with our own that were a little less conservative.
Yeah, I guess to your question. So our standard, these are the master plan matches the City of Chestermere's standards, and those our standards match basically City of Calgary with a few exceptions that we actually follow Alberta environment requirements. So basically, we are in line with Alberta environment and City of Calgary. In addition, we've had discussions with the City of Calgary to make sure that we're compliant with the MSA, our Master Service Agreement, that they supply us water with their water license and they take our wastewater. So this is consistent with that agreement that we have with them. And we've met with them twice. We actually met with them last week, the final time on this one. And we're going to, once you guys approve this, we will be forwarding on our utility master plan to them so that they can put this into their long-term planning, so that they can start building their infrastructure to make sure it can handle us.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and presenters, I had a question about the Northwest Reservoir and the reasoning behind the selection of that location. And the reason is, what are we taking into account as far as what the return on investment would be versus how much developable area we're going to get from that? And the reason I'm asking that, if you want to look at this map over here, is we have Calgary bordering us to the west, Highway 1 to the north. These are pretty hard areas that it's going to be a long time if we can ever develop past the highway that way. So what I'm wondering is, this investment for this reservoir doesn't seem to be servicing as much area as the southwest one would be. And I'm just wondering what is taken into account when you're deciding, oh, we just need it here because it's high elevation. Okay, well, it's $30 million. So what's the What's the process?
I think it's important to remember that it's not only servicing just that higher elevation; it's servicing the whole city, and so it has the ability to interconnect with the whole city. Exactly where it is, it's not so much the serviceable area around there. It's how that location kind of impacts the rest of the water network. And so eventually above there's Bridgeport and it loops up and around into North Acreages. Right now there's a separate pressure zone in West Meer, at the very northern end of the lake, that's supported by a booster station. Eventually that'll tie into the same pressure zone as the water bridge pressure zones, and that'll get rid of that booster station. So all of that will be tied together. But really it's just important to remember that this is all interconnected. It's not just servicing that one area. It's required to be somewhere on that boundary to service the higher elevation area, but it's not restricted to it. It's still supporting and supplying water to the whole system.
So just to clarify on that, with the Northwest Reservoir in the upper pressure zone, it's easy to get water from the upper zone into a lower zone through pressure reducing valves. Going the other way is more difficult. So when we get a new water supply main into the Northwest Reservoir, it then can feed into the rest of the distribution network. Yeah. And as far as where it is located, it can move a little bit. Generally, there's two projects associated with the Northwest pressure zone. There's a supply main that comes from the water transfer station, and then the connection to the new Calgary supply. And if you move that facility, it just makes one pipeline shorter and the other longer. So it's movable. So it's really going to come down to discussion with the developer. Where does it fit? How can we make it work into the existing system? When we did the build engagement, that was their comment also. Why there? Well,
yeah, does it need to be
we
right
could sort
there?
of put it anywhere. It just needs to be up there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Orzanowski.
Thank you. I just have one final question. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair to administration to you. Actually, maybe it's to professional engineer Mark Rout. Is how do we ensure as we move forward? There's a lot of work that's been done in the 2017 and now here in 2024. The models that exist, and there's going to be a lot of transition as we grow into 25 years, that we have access to these models and we continue refining not only the models from our third party here. Thank you very much for the presentation, but also internally with our UDP. So we don't lose all the work that we've done up to date, and we can continue building on it.
Absolutely. So that was a fundamental change in our RFP process this time. So in the past, we were vague on what we wanted for our deliverables. So we wanted SEMA Plus to develop, and you'll see that this report is our report. It has our title block. It's ours. They wrote it for us on our behalf. It's our report. In addition, we required a fully, as part of the deliverables, the model. We don't have the model. We don't own the Bentley software or whatever, but we have the data. We have required that they provide us the data, that we can take that data and give it to anybody, including ourselves, if we bought the software, to run this model. We also have provisions in there to allow them on an hourly basis going forward for future contracts to run the model on our behalf. So if we don't like the way our consultants are performing, we can go to somebody else. So we have that ability to move this around. And then how does this get your question about how do we make sure we don't lose this knowledge going forward, right? And that is part of the process of getting our staff up to speed. So I've been engaging our new utility engineer on this as well, right? So he's getting up to speed with the old utilities master. If you look at the old one, the concepts are roughly the same. It was more focused on fixing problems on the last one and putting over and that side. This one's more about growth. And it really is a balancing act between our growth forecast and maintaining our system, right? Some of the stuff we didn't mention here, like that booster pump. It's not really in here, but it's because we're not getting that for 20 years. But in 20 years, when we get this new reservoir, we're going to decommission that booster pump. And that will save us operating costs. So there will be balancing on that. We don't get into operating costs here. One thing about the utility master plan, and I'll be clear about this, it tells us where we are today and where we're going to be. It doesn't tell us how to get there. This one has 25 years and ultimate, which is different than most, which will tell you here and ultimate. So it's your utility engineers and your internal planning staff, and when we have to make sure that we figure out how to get there. But in order to get somewhere, you have to have a goal.
I see our city director, Ms. Armitage, has a hand up back there.
All right, I don't have a mic today, sorry. I want to take a moment and put it out there for council that a large part of this is also our staffing and hiring and retaining the best professionals we can, so that the information rests with SEMA, it rests with Mark, it rests with Kate. There's a team. So if somebody wins the lottery, there's another person there who can step up and know this. So it's about making sure we resource our staff related to this project, but other projects as well, that we have the right team that complements one another and that we keep them. So just going into budget season. Like that.
Subtle. Subtle. Okay, so then with that, are we moving? Sorry, Councillor Grant.
Sorry, Mayor. I've been holding my questions till the end, and it feels like we might be getting to the end here, so I'll jump in. So through the chair to administration and the presenters, as council knows, I kind of look through everything through the lens of controlling our own destiny and being in charge of that and making sure that when we make decisions, they're solely made from here for the best of our community, right? For the best of our community. So my question is, are we designing a system that is dependent on always receiving services from Calgary? And I understand that's a really loaded question. It's really nuanced. But I want to make sure that in 50 years, in 80 years, that we didn't design and pigeonhole ourselves into something that we are really regretting. And I just want to hear some comments about that.
Sure, absolutely. To answer your question is yes. For fundamentally reasons, historically, Chestermere has always got its water and sewer from City of Calgary. We do not have a water license, period. The Bow Basin is closed, the South Saskatchewan Basin is closed for new water license. For us to acquire the right to take out raw water, never mind treating it, would be a huge obstacle, which I don't think we have the time or effort or inclination to go at. We have a great working relationship with Calgary on this. Now, we also are in the same boat as Airdrie. So just so you're aware, Airdrie is part of our regional customer group, and we work closely with Airdrie when we're dealing with the City of Calgary, because we have very similar aligned goals in terms of water and sewer. We want to have water and sewer available for our long-term existing customers and our future growth, right? So it's not just Chestermere's 28,000 people. It's also 28,000 people plus Airdrie's 80,000 people plus Cochrane's and Strathmore. We all work together as a collective with Calgary to make sure that we are secure. So to your question, yes, the system is fully, and to be truthful, we're relying on Calgary for the long term of this. If we were to, Calgary somehow or some way said, no, you can't have any more water, well, frankly, the ability to go to one location with lift station 13 fits into the idea that we could pump it to a wastewater treatment plant if we could build our own and find a spot for it. The water, again, we're all going in and we're getting a water supply lines from the ECRW, which we share with Strathmore. We'd have to build our own water treatment plant and a new pipeline from the Bow River or wherever that water supply would come from. I don't believe there's enough groundwater for us to rely on based on the discussions from people from North Acreage and East Acreages and the fact that their wells are going dry. So that's fundamentally, the decision was made in 1990. So it's not this council, it's not us. It was made way back, and we're kind of down that path. And I don't think there's a real reasonable way of getting off that. That's my own personal opinion.
And I knew that's what you were going to say, really. I just, I completely agree that, that die was cast 20, 30 years ago. I do think that, I'm just trying to think of, are we thinking of ways that maybe would, if we got to put maybe one larger line in the ground to protect ourselves, is that something that we should maybe do given the possibility of something happening? And the reason this all kind of sparked that train of thought was, you mentioned the master servicing agreement and how we are basically attuned to only getting a certain amount of water and a certain amount of sewer going back to Calgary because of our servicing agreement, and that they have no agreement in place past beyond what we already have allocated for developable area. And that's just kind of, to me, okay, is Calgary now controlling our growth?
Right, and I can't speak for their future councils, and nor can their administration speak for their future councils. But they basically said their belief is that as long as we are following the CMRB and their densification requirements, and we're doing those things, and we're within those, they will service the entirety of our development regardless of the current agreement. We had a separate agreement before we had this current MSA that was signed 8 years ago or so, right? We had our own agreement. We used to get water directly from Calgary with no reservoir. We just had a pipe and a pressure release valve, and they pressurized our system. So I think politically it would be really hard for them to go away. But to your question, yeah, by one of the things that we've done, and it's not in purpose, but it would be functional, is lift station 13, having all our sanitary ultimately go to one location. In the past one, we had 2 locations. We had 2 different pumps that would go into 13 and 14. Now we're moving it all to 13. That's a step in that direction if you want to know. It's not what we're planning, but it would definitely work for that. The water is the one that I don't have a solution. And
I mean, there's given no regulations or boundaries or governments. I mean, let's say you could take water right out of the lake. Sure, you could do that, and you could fill the reservoir. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, right? So if we were just engineering, then we could probably figure something out. But it's not. Unfortunately, it's not just engineering sometimes.
Yeah, and that lake doesn't have flow in the winter.
There's that.
Yeah. Like the 3 reservoirs, the 3 eventual reservoirs are going to all be interconnected in their own way. So there is that they are a unified system, and this wasn't an active thought when we were kind of putting this together or designing this, but you could, if that ever came up, it's not out of the realm to reconfigure to make them all work together on their own supply. It all fundamentally works the same.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the interim CEO, to the presenter. I hope this is my last question. So we talk about lots, positive things and stuff. What are the risks for, or I can say any challenge to the residents of Chestermere? Road closure or those all, because we are having enough road closure and things at this moment, and community is upset, and how I don't want to make them more upset to because of the water line now we are digging more roads and stuff. So what are the risk and challenge for our community will facing in the future through this project?
Yeah, I can I'll speak to this. So we were delaying Rainbow Road for many years because we didn't have a stormwater line in there, and we didn't have the sanitary line in there. And people were going, why are you not twinning this? We have lots of traffic here. It should have been twinned a long time. And they're right. But we wanted to make sure that the underground infrastructure was in place before we did that. Last year, or the year before, when we twinned all the infrastructures in the ground, except for the sanitary, the Rainbow Sanitary Phase 3. Is that going to be a disruption when that happens? Absolutely. Are we trying to push that out as long as possible? Yes. But there will be a disruption even in microtunneling. We're going to have to dig a big caisson down on both sides and microtunnel in a pipe. And that's going to be basically right up the roundabout, right? So these will be disruptions that we have to deal with growth. Growth is, unfortunately, we try to minimize those, try to have pipes. So sometimes you'll see, why isn't that road being built? Well, we're trying to get the underground in 2 years before. So if you ask me, why don't we twin the Rainbow Road going north? Well, first off, I think we need to do Chestermere Boulevard first. But let's just say the first reason is I need to get that supply line built in Rainbow Road North. So if you say you wanted to twin Rainbow Road next year, I have to do that supply line, at least that portion. So that brings it forward. So now I'm putting a pipe in the ground that I'm not going to use for 15 years. Right? Because if you say you want that road now, we'll make it happen, but I'm going to make sure that pipe's in the ground. But then we're going to let it sit in the ground. And so our biggest risk as a community for infrastructure is either being too late or too early with our infrastructure. That's scary for us. If this boom continues on, we can keep putting infrastructure in the ground and we'll use it up. But if I put a piece of infrastructure in the ground, and I'll go back to lift station 13, you can either argue with 5 years too early or 5 years too late, right? But we put it in because we thought we were going to put it, and then growth stopped. And it sat there, didn't be used, it wasn't used for 5 years. That was really expensive for Chestermere.
Yeah.
But had we done it 5 years earlier, Chestermere probably would have been the size of Airdrie because it would have opened up the whole west side.
Don't tease us.
Okay. With that, I guess the only thing I'm not an engineer, nor do I, play one on TV. But, if we have to do some work on Rainbow Road, let's maybe not do it at the exact same time as Chestermere Boulevard if we could ever avoid that, because a thought. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a few more questions through you, please. So these are level setting questions, I think, at this point, just to make sure I'm understanding with my limited technical understanding of all of these words. We're not talking about projects that are imminent, right? I'm looking through this package and these are all 10 years out, likely, or longer.
Yeah, I think, most of these are not imminent. And there's no replacement projects either. All of these are new infrastructure. That's going to be probably the nearest one is the next phase of the main pump station upgrade.
I think it's in the interim budget for 2029, this one here. And this is all dependent on our continuing this 9% growth rate that we're under.
Sure.
Right? We're going to hit, this is going to trigger that pumping. We don't want to have low pressure in the system, right? So we want to have the fire protection.
Sure.
So this is, and you can see that's $2.4 million. So this is why when I ran the offsite levies, high level, ran the offsite levy model, even though we haven't changed the inflation since 2016 dollars in there from these projects that haven't really changed, we're only going to go up, instead of 30% that inflation would be at, 25 to 30% that inflation would be, we're probably going to be in that if everything else is the same, we don't change anything else, it'd be in that 2 to 3% range. So by pushing these things out, the work that we've done is going to have a huge, very positive economic impact, as opposed to having another spike, because we keep on getting hit by our bill guys. You're adding 15% to my offsite levies every year. This is a positive on that side.
So it's a reasonable amount of time before we would truly be incorporating this into a firm budget. This 2029, that's a little bit sooner, but the majority of this plan. Also just wanted to check my understanding as well about the assumptions that are being made for this plan. So, and this is spurred by Councillor Grant's question. So we're assuming compliance with the master servicing agreement. We're assuming no change in our boundaries, correct? We're assuming maximum intensification, densification in all of these areas. And we're also assuming that we have a comfort level with a certain level of risk. Those are the assumptions that were made. Are there any other assumptions that went into this that help contextualize the planning here?
those are the main ones. There's a couple other ones that council of the day opened up the MDP to allow east acreages and north acreages to go ahead on an interim basis without outline plans and all that kind of stuff and how we're servicing. And those were those supplementals in here. You'll see they're in the appendices. So I know this is a huge document and some of you may have looked at it all, but probably not because, you know, we're not all engineers and love this stuff. But there's supplementals really refer to that idea of allowing the intensification, staged intensification of east acreages and north acreages. So that desire by council is incorporated in here. Now, if that changes, then that would change some of the plan. There's some questions that still are outstanding on the supplementals that I'll be bringing forward to council in the future with the east acreage, north acreages. How is that allocated? Who pays for it? All that kind of jazz. But that's a different topic. So I guess that I'm trying to hit the points where the assumptions were. You know, the transmission break this summer with Calgary was it really pushed some of this. That's why that third line is in there. Originally, that third line was in 30 years. But I don't think we should take that kind of level of risk. So that's why it's in the 20-year range. So I moved it and then moved one of our reservoirs. It worked out because it's a $4 million project versus a $20 million project for the Southeast Reservoir. So it paid for itself, but it also reduced some of that risk from that happening. So do you see where that? So I guess we're trying to balance as much as I can. I'm balancing also something that happened two councils ago. I don't know how many councils ago when I first got here, and the big issue, we had all your public upset about CUI. They had issues to the province. It came back and there it was, our rates are too high and our customer service sucks. Shouldn't have said that way, but basically that's what they said. And that's been one of the focuses of our utility, is to fix those two issues in the last 4 years. And this plan is one of the biggest things that you changed one of the fundamental projects that went from that 99.99% chance it won't fail to 99.9% chance it won't fail. That's what we've done. And that's made, you asked why the change in the costs? That's why. Because we're changing that risk, we move that risk around. And that's why in my report I said risk-based stuff. There is risk. Things can happen, unexpected, and there will be, when that happens, it won't be nice, right? But that's why we have to, but at the same token, I don't want you guys to take blame for all these. Why are your utility rates 28% higher or 30% higher than Airdrie's? Well, if you're asking for 50% more service level than Airdrie, well, that's why. But you can't explain that when I'm talking about sewer. It's hard to explain to the public.
One other, I guess, assumption is we're also assuming the 25-year growth. You look at the plan, it shows not only how much growth in 25 years, but where we sort of expect it to happen. So if that changes, then it may have an impact on when certain projects. So as an example, if you had a development in the southeast that required big fire flow, the most practical way to achieve that would probably be to advance the southeast reservoir. Even though right now it's outside the 25-year window, you know, when the inputs change, the outputs change, and so that's, I guess, an assumption as well.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I think we're all losing our voices up here. I guess we talk too much. Yeah, thank you for answering all those questions. The rationale seems really sound as far as I can understand. And what I'm also understanding is that it's very likely that this model will be run again and we'll see another report before any or a majority of these items come into a budget. So that also helps with contextualizing these costs as well.
So the next time, once you approve this, the next time you really will see it will be, as long as I get it approved before beginning of December here, it'll be in the offsite levies and how this impacts the offsite levies. And that we put these dates, like these populations with the population, we'll put the dates, and you'll see that in that report, in that bylaw. So every year through the offsite levy bylaw, because we do update that bylaw every year, you will see these projects and when they're going to come up, if they're moving forward or backwards. So there's that opportunity as well. So we try having a cutoff at the end of November, beginning of the first 2 weeks of December, so that we can have it in the bylaw for April. So that's where it goes into the plan. Even if it's out 20 years, it's not in your budget, but that's where you get to see it every year. Does that help? Hopefully.
Chart it.
Okay. With that, I think we can move to motion. Is that what we're doing next? Yes, we're moving to the okay. Sorry, Councillor Worzanowski.
I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay, sorry. Councillor Worzanowski, if we could have the motion on the screen, please.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Motion that council adopt the 2024 Utility Master Plan as prepared by SEMA, plus as a guide for the development of water and wastewater infrastructure in the city of Chestermere.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? Great, thank you. With that, we'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried unanimously. Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Nice job, Mark. Yeah, very good.
you.
Good job, Kate.
Sorry, I'm hesitating because I believe lunch is arriving almost any minute. Okay.
That gives us time to get the asset policy.
Sorry?
That gives us time to get the asset policy.
Yes? Do that one? Okay, awesome. So we'll move on to 8.3, the asset management policy. We're going to be done in 10 minutes. Are we able to, is that okay, or? But, sorry? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, I wasn't planning to read this whole report, also in the interest of my voice. Essentially, to be incredibly frank, we are here today to bring you an updated version of this policy because we are applying for a significant grant that requires that this have been updated in the last 5 years. So we need it updated. So we've gone through it. We have done a thorough review. Our staff is actually going through and CGI all of our policies. So this was already done and waiting for my review. So we just pushed it to the top of the pile and decided that we needed to bring it forward. It is based on the previous policy, largely. We just went through and updated it. And essentially, we are looking at ensuring that we have an asset management policy that outlines the city's commitment to effective long-term management of municipal-owned tangible capital assets. And we will eventually come forward with a plan, an asset management plan, and that is a large part of the work that our GIS and and our asset management team will be working on.
Great.
I'm happy to attempt to answer questions.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And my question through you, I may be able to shorten my comments depending on your answer. If this is approved today, when would the next time that this would be reviewed, when would that be?
Every
year.
Every year. I would suggest that if there's no revisions required, we wouldn't bring it back to council every year, but administratively, we would be doing a look at it every single year.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you. I am understanding the need to put this through, and grants are really important. I did notice that this policy is referencing a strategic plan that doesn't exist anymore. I believe it references the 2015 to 2019 strat plan. It actually names some tenants in it. So that would be a revision that I think would be worth aligning with council's current strategic plan, but I don't think it would functionally change a lot of what's in there. It's more of a an alignment review.
I would suggest that there is a council meeting next week, correct?
There's a gap meeting.
There's a gap meeting.
Yeah.
We could bring this back next week with that edit made, but we need it before the 29th. So,
Is that a revision that we could make now, though? Yeah.
yeah.
Because, Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reviewing this, it's a pretty large section. I don't think we could wordsmith it in session today unless we maybe took a recess and came back to it.
Well, knowing today's schedule, I have a feeling that we're going to be an extended day here, knowing the things that we have booked for this afternoon. So there's going to be a period of time in between. So we could even almost at this point table until after, because but that would depend on if administration's able to bring it back at 5:30.
I think that the change should be pretty quick to make and might even be possible to do over lunch.
Sorry?
Might even be possible to do over lunch.
Okay. Councillor Wozinowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I did also notice the reference to the strategic plan, so I'm glad that Councillor Sandboe brought that up. The only question I have, I understand the urgency, and I also, if I'm feeling the same as what Councillor Sandboe was saying, is when will it be until this is brought back? Not only to make this short-term revision that we're asking for that may happen over lunch, but if we just, I don't want to use the word rush, if we went through this with a coarse comb, do we need to go through it with a fine comb and then bring it back to council sooner than annually? In advance, not in advance, after the 29th. Just so we know that it's complete. And again, as a follow-up with that coarse comb, what are are there any major differences from our previous policy?
No, the red line version is very, very similar to this. We removed a figure that had a chart in it that we decided belonged in a plan more so than in the policy. The changes have been very, very minor. And so I think that from that respect, no. I would say one of our biggest challenges with asset management as a whole is that we've never had a position for an asset. Well, that's not true. We had an asset manager or asset management coordinator in the past, and that person chose to leave the city a number of years ago, and we never replaced it, and it's no longer a position within the organization. It's a position we do need back. It's a budgeting question on when we'll get that back. Developing an asset management plan and strategy is a significant undertaking. It is not a side of the desk undertaking, and it is something that we need to be able to put that required resources to. And that'll come forward to you in a couple of weeks. So in terms of a deep dive into this, that's something we could definitely commit to coming back to in a month after really understanding that we are going to take this and be able to apply for the grant. But then come back and set an actual date so you guys know that you will have it back in front of you. I know we try not to set dates, but in this circumstance, that's something that I could see doing. And I know we have our team members here today, both Aman and Sammy, and they will be happy to work on making the updates and commitment to bring it back.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration, Ms. Armitage, thank you for the quick presentation. I didn't really have too many questions about it. I felt it was very straightforward. What I would, like to discuss is, you alluded to a red line document being made. I love red line documents, so I would love to see it so that I don't need to wonder what's changed in here. That's kind of, I don't know if that's a procedure thing that we miss doing or something that's just been dropped off, but when I review this, I really like to know what's changed. I have a pretty good understanding of the stuff we've done and the documentation we have. So when I'm reading something, if I can get the changes right off the hop, that's great for me. So that is something I'd like to recommend. I'm not sure the proper procedure or course to go with that, but that's my thoughts on the matter.
We would be very happy to bring you back that red line version. Because to be very frank, when I got this, the very first thing I asked is, what did we change from the last one?
So then perhaps then procedurally, because we would not be able to approve this at the GAP meeting, what we could do is book a special meeting for the 26th. And so we could book a special, and we could do that decision at the special. That would give you opportunity to send council the red line version, as well as make the changes that need to be made, as well as meet the deadline for you to be able to submit the grant for the 29th. That all work?
Sorry, Mayor. To be clear, I think the changes and the red line request are not material to the document, and due to such, I am fine with the way it is presented right now.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
But moving forward,
okay,
if we can do something with red lines for documents that are changed,
well,
that's what I would like.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, that is our normal process. How many times already since we've been on council in the last 4 months have we seen redline versions? Often. So I would say that this would be a anomaly as opposed to regular practice for us. However, I would agree that seeing that red line, but there is an option where, so you just asked a question procedurally, that's how we could proceed. Procedurally, that's how we could proceed, is to book a special for November 26th with this as the item and have those changes made, and it still meets the deadline. So I guess the two options that are available to us is to either table till later or table till later today, and or defer and then set up the special meeting. Those would be our two options. Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be in favor of tabling it. The changes I can imagine in here, I think they're pretty quick. I think the actual structure of the document is still quite sound. It's just those strategic plan changes.
So then do it later today.
That would be.
We good with that? I see a lot of nodding. Okay, so we're gonna table till later today. Okay. So I need a motion to table item 8.3 until sorry, lead services, if you could help me with the wording on this. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah, a little Jeopardy music, a little fill in. Somebody tell a story.
I don't know why my voice. Every time I try to speak, it's like yeah. Unless you can change something in the system.
Yep. Okay, that works. Can I have a Councillor Grant?
I move that council table the asset management policy until council resumes on November 19th, 2024.
Everybody's good? Sorry, there's no debate on this because it's a tabling motion.
Yeah.
Call for the vote. Okay, great. Thank you. That's carried. So we'll bring that back. So council, the tension that I'm feeling right now as I try to chair and figure out how to schedule all this is we are booked to be at a public event at 1:30 this afternoon, and then we are coming back for 2:30 to 3:30 for our presentation. So I would like to recommend that we readjust our agenda to move into closed session at this time, and then while we were having lunch to do the closed session update over lunch, and then we would come back at 12:50 and see if we can move forward on the other two items, and then we may have to have a recess in the middle of one of those two items to go to the public event and then come back, would be my suggestion. Are we good with that? I believe I need to make a motion though to change the order, or can we just move into closed session? We can just move into closed session. Make a motion to which? To change the order, right?
Sorry. If council can make a motion to change the order.
Okay, so I'd like, can a councillor make a motion, please, to move item 10.1 to be in front of item 9.1? Councillor Grant.
I move that we move item 10.1, Dr. Giggles, FOIP, section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, to item 9.1 as presented.
No, you're just moving 10.1 before
Just leave it at
9.1. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll just stop there.
Yeah, perfect. Questions, comments? Call for the vote. Yeah, we've made the motion. We just need the voting on the. There we go. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make a motion, please, to move into closed session? Councillor Sandboe.
I move that council move into closed session at 12:16 to discuss the following. Dr. Giggles, section 16.1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party for information.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. We are now closed session. So yeah, the goal will be back to come back around 12:50. Yeah. Great, thank you. We're just going to be coming out of our closed session. If I could have a councillor make the motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Grant.
I move that council come out of closed session at 1 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. There we go. Awesome, thank you, and that's carried. And we'll just go into recess to give people a moment to come in. Great, thank you. We're just coming out of recess and just wanting to work with our our acting CAO and Ledge Services here with regards to a bit of a scheduling issue that we are facing right now as a council. So through our CAO and to our Ledge Services as well, we are aware that council has a commitment that we had committed to attending a community event for a brief amount of time, but then also that we have an MDP presentation that is going to be happening from 2:30 until 5:30, which is also then creating some scheduling issues, if you will, for some of our presenters. So opening up to both council, administration, with regards to how we would like to handle items 9.1 and 9.2. Before opening up that conversation, I would like to have a councillor make the motion to accept item 10.1, the discussion on item 10.1 for information, please. Can I have a councillor make the motion that's on the screen, please? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council accept the closed session, Dr. Giggles, section 16.1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote.
I believe we should have VoIP section 16.1, but.
Great, and that's carried. Council, I would, council administration, given the fact that we have to leave essentially in the next 5 minutes, how would we like to proceed with these two items? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And to answer your question, my suggestion would be that we have Dario present in record fashion unless it's important for us to go through this quickly. And on the second point, I would suggest if council is comfortable that we can vote whether we want to accept the information for the stop sign, and we'll know right away based on our voting what direction we move forward in regards to that item, and we can potentially do that within the next 10 minutes.
I would suggest, though, that when you accept something information, you're just taking the information. That's all you're doing.
That's right. And sometimes you can vote to accept it or not accept it.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, Vanessa?
To the mayor and council, but then you'd need to have a motion afterwards on what direction you're going.
That's fair.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not convinced we're going to complete that in 6 minutes.
Dario, should we have Dario come up? Sorry.
So why don't we, so again, we're changing the order. So then can I have a councillor make the motion to move item 9.2 ahead of item 9.1, please? Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd like to make a motion to move agenda item 9.2 ahead of 9.1.
Thank you. Ledge Services, I understand we're putting pressure in terms of doing this so quickly, so I'm going to go old school on this one and just call for a show of hands. So all councillors who are in favor of the motion to move 9.2 in front of 9.1, please. Any opposed? Great, thank you, and that's carried. So then 9.2, Chestermere Residential Waste Audit Report presented by Dario, our Manager of Environmental Services.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We'll do this quickly. The attached report is a technical synopsis of what we did for our audit back in May. I have Stacy Schwab Sandboe from S-Cube Environmental to do a quick high-level presentation on what the findings were, how that affects EPR, and we'll start with Stacy. So here's Stacy.
Thanks. Hello, everyone.
No pressure.
I am a waste archaeologist and
a waste archaeologist.
I want to put that in your mind as we go through the results of the 2024 waste audit.
I've never heard that term.
So we collected from 100 houses. That was part of our sample. And we generated just over 1,500 tons of garbage, which was generated over 2 weeks. just over 1,000 kilograms of organics and under 500 kilograms of recycling. So the team members that supported me, I'm really grateful for them because they had to delay their morning start about 45 minutes. Every day, 25 houses were collected Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. They were brought down to the environmental services yard, and this is what we saw. So on the left side, we had, so it says waste stream profile as it was delivered. So this is what we saw delivered. We had about a third was garbage, almost a half was organics, and 21% was recycling. But once we sorted it, then it was all different. We had almost half being garbage or ending up to the landfill, 39% was organics, and 10% of that was recycling. And so now what I want to show you is in each of the garbage, recycling, and organic buckets, what was in there. So when we look at the garbage stream, I look at 4 classifications: what was considered garbage, what was considered compostable, what was considered recycling, and what could be donated to the eco station. So as you can see, there was over half that was considered garbage, about a third which was compostable, and then we had 10% was recyclables, and then the 5%. And you can see how we have the breakdown of what is in each of those streams. I just want to let you know that in the organics or the compostable side, food waste was 18%. So residents have some more potential to divert food waste and compostable paper out of the garbage and get it into the right cart. Moving on to the organics cart, not bad. We did this in May. It was a bit of a rainy weather. We had mostly yard and garden waste in that bin, but then it significantly drops to food waste down to compostable paper. On the right, you see all those pictures that are there. Food in packaging is like a major contributor to what's ending up in the contamination. People need to realize to take out their food before they compost it. And also, unfortunately, that middle picture is what people think are bio bags or compostable bags, but they're actually plastic bags containing yard waste. And just so that you know, City of Calgary has a task force, one lady. If you identify a packaging that is greenwashing, saying that it's claiming to be compostable and it's not, send a note to them and they'll have a person investigating that product to try and take it off the market. It took 1 year to get the bio bag out of Costco. Recycling. Okay, I know some of you are going to be shocked at the level of contamination here, but just know that this is a snapshot in time. The haulers are not saying that there's a problem. Their threshold is 30%. But what we did find is that people are putting in their wood. Yes, it's recyclable, but not in the Blue Cart program. That middle picture, I can't believe how much garbage is in the Blue Cart, like craziness. And then the top picture is the Alberta Used Oil Management Association containers. That can go to the Eco Center, not into the Blue Cart program. So you're gonna ask me, how do we make improvements? Well, you need to support the haulers. So let's get there in a second. We had our 3 carts. In those 3 carts, we also captured materials that will be part of the Extended Producer Responsible Program. That's EPR. There's about 5.5% of EPR items that we today put in the garbage because it's not to be diverted, but in April will be diverted. But that only is impactful by 5.5%. The greatest impact for us is in the plastic stream. So our paper, our glass, and our metal is already captured in our diversion programs. But what that means, and this is a ha-ha moment for everybody here, the picture that's on with all the packaging, that's considered food packaging, right now goes to the landfill, will be a recoverable item through EPR. And where you see the meat trays, that is also going to be recoverable from EPR. But what we do not know is how. What I mean by that is that meat trays, when it goes into a Blue Cart program, is gonna all come apart and be all broken apart, and how are we gonna recover it? So I'm saying this because we still think there's gonna be a reason for the Eco Depot, and people are gonna have to move those items to the Eco Depot in a single bin in order to be recovered. Our producer responsible organization, Circular Materials, is going to have to work out those logistics. So looking at this right now, these are materials that are in the garbage right now. In April, they are materials that are going to be accepted through the EPR program. So the mesh bags on the bottom, the onions and avocado, all those pouches that have your food, even the forks will all be recovered. On the paper side, we'll have our receipts, we'll have our lotto tickets and the foodware. But we need to educate our residents that foodware that goes into the recycling program needs to be free from contamination. You can imagine how food and paper will result in mold, breaking down all that material. So we still want clean, good material. How do we, as a city, do better? Well, you are starting by having improved tags. The tags allow the hauler to identify a homeowner that's not doing the right thing. We need to continue to support them. So when I'm talking to the haulers, they're saying, but Stacey, we're not picking up something. Then they call the call center, and then the call center is asking us to go back. Well, the hauler's made a decision to not pick that up. Let that homeowner identify they're not getting their material picked up, and hopefully that will change their behavior. On top of that, we have our resident engagement. So you have a What Goes Where app that's going to need to be continually updated once EPR comes in place. However, Circular Materials is now responsible for education, but there's still going to be a role for Chestermere. How that works will be Dario's job to work with. You'll always need your eco centers, as I mentioned, some materials that are to be recovered through EPR. Blue Cart is not necessarily the best place. And then there's going to, as I said, be ongoing material discussions with Circular Materials. And if you've never done a waste audit, I just want you to know that there is opportunity for everybody to do the right thing, to have an improvement. So on the potential, we can have over half of what's in our garbage stream ending up into the Green Cart program, which lowers what's ending up into the garbage of 30%. This is what a sorting station looks like when we're doing our waste audits. I always encourage everybody to come and visit us, take a look inside those bags. Being a sorter, seeing what a waste audit is like, you'll think, do, and act differently as a result of that experience. I wish I timed myself. I think it was 7 minutes.
That was well done. Councillor Worzanowski.
I spend a lot of time separating everything. I'll have to tell you. I just have one question.
Yes.
When things go to a landfill, is it really any much better if something that's compostable goes to a landfill or actually goes to a compost facility?
So the mayor, Councillor Woronowski, the landfill is non-oxygenated environment. And so you don't want things that are organic to be in a non-oxygenated environment, because then you just have more methane being released.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. To the presenter, through the chair, to administration of the presenter, you were going through the different types of recycling that are going to be accepted there, and I noticed that you mentioned meat packing trays. Does that also include packaging styrofoam?
It doesn't.
Damn, darn. that was my hope. It's a frustration I have.
Yeah. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the administration, to the presenter. My question, like you said, we can get the tag and not pick up the garbage to tell them. First, I think we need to educate our residents, because we are really growing city at this moment, 27%, and the majority of the person, they are coming either from Ontario, BC, or Winnipeg, and some of them don't have these programs and stuff, and not enough education. Like, I know we were living here when this program start. Normally we receive one sheet, like what goes into what. Are we sending those sheet as the new residence is moving over? If we are not, so we need to do that one first before we enforcing. We have to educate first before we enforcing anything.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Wanda. We are currently putting in the next billing cycle more information for the recycling program and compost and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. It's just the beginning stages of what we want to do to communicate to residents, all new residents and existing residents, because the areas that we picked in this audit was actually older areas too. So there is some learning and education for all residents. So we have started that. It'll be in the next billing cycle. And once EPR does start in April, we'll be working with Circular Material to get more engagement, community engagement, and education out there.
And through the chair, Councillor Wanda, Dario wants me to also state that it's the three, like they get information tag, and then the third one, there's like more involvement. So it's not like they're not being picked up right away. And also through the chair, Councillor Grant, when you talk about styrofoam packaging, that is, I should say, part of the EPR project if it's considered packaging. So it would be diverted, but you wouldn't want it in your blue card program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question's through you. I notice on here it says 2.5% of the items in the recycling are EPR. So my question is, it might be for you, but because we opted into the EPR program, does that mean only 2.5% of our items we're getting paid back for through EPR?
So through the chair, Councillor Sandboe, what we were doing is today, these are materials that are not captured in our recycling programs. In April, that would be the percentage that would be captured.
On top of everything else that we do for single stream.
Yes, on top of everything else. So everything that you see in the blue container, blue bucket right now is recyclable, and some of that is the EPR materials, but it's already captured today. Already captured.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand. So I'm getting that not everything in the blue cart is EPR, but what I'm trying to get is the financials of it, like what portion of it, because it's a cost recovery program, and what portion of that is cost recovery?
So the majority of so what this says, the majority of what we have in the blue cart is EPR regardless, but this was capturing what wasn't EPR. So with that included with the 2.9%, we will get that total compensation from the pros for all that material going to the MRF. So that's not just 2.9 that we're going to get compensated for. It's for everything that we currently have in the blue stream and that we're not capturing right at the moment that's going to landfill.
Okay. With that, Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through our chair and administration, I just want to say that the S-Cube is such a cool nickname. Well done.
Thank you.
So with that, I think we're at a point where we can call for the motion to accept for information. Is that correct? Okay, if we could have that motion, please. I could have a councillor make the following motion, please. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the 2024 Chestermere residential waste audit report result for information.
Comments, questions? I just wanted to say how refreshing it was because I've never seen somebody so excited to talk about waste. Like right? Like I don't care what your profession is. When you are that excited, that's amazing. That's incredible.
I would
thanks for the
love-
passion.
Ever have another audit here? You need to be invited.
Yes,
I would
please
love
do that.
a full
Awesome. With that, we'll
presentation.
call for the vote.
I had so many questions that I had to go. Sorry.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll call for a recess so that council can head out. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, I'm driving.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are just coming back from recess and attending the event at the Yacht Club, which was a great event hosted by our Chestermere Historical Foundation, and we're looking forward to hearing from them at a council meeting upcoming in December. Moving on then, and coming back to our agenda, we're going to go to 9.1, which is the change in traffic control at West Chestermere Drive and Marina Drive intersection, two-way stop to four-way stop. This is being presented by Liz Armitage, our Interim Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You sound better than this morning.
I don't know if that's...
No, it's not. That's not.
Tylenol this time instead of NyQuil.
Ah.
NyQuil, I would have been asleep. So I'm not going to read this exact report. You guys have read it. I want to start by stating that we brought this to council as this is an administrative action to look at this road and to deal with it. We know that the community cares about this. We have heard feedback. We had some submitted to council this morning. We know there's a lot of history on this. If you look at this report, you can see that back in about 2014 was the first time we started to change with this issue.
Sorry, I apologize. Can we turn your mic on so that the camera's on you and not me and our residents can hear?
Sorry.
Your mic was off the whole time. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Could we restart?
We'll restart.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm not going to read this entire report. We brought this forward as administration as really a piece of information to let council know about the why we are doing this and why it was proposed. It is something that when you look at the report, you'll see that we initially started changing this in the configuration of the four-way versus two-way stop back in 2014, approximately. And then we had a change about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and now we're looking at changing it again. We have been in consultation with a transportation engineer. We also have a transportation engineer on staff who has also looked at this and is available today if there are some questions. And our external consultant is not available today. He will be coming later in December to present the TMP that we've been using for the last year, and we need to get some ducks in a row on that one. So there will be another opportunity where he will be here to talk about this in particular. But essentially, what we've done on this one is we've gone and looked at the why, like what really needs to be done at this intersection at a cursory high level. And the recommendation we did get from our professional engineer at EXP is to reinstate the four-way stop. It is the safest configuration. Yes, there will be some stacking of cars that will occur, but it is the safest option rather than leaving it as the two-way stop. So it is our intention to change it back to a four-way stop. That said, we do want to let council know that we have in the 2025 budget, which is coming before you guys shortly, a town center traffic and safety study presented. And it is to assess the traffic flow and suggest any other operational or safety improvements required. That study, Sammy is here, he can speak to it in more detail. Should it be approved by council, we are looking at studying that whole road from the main road past Tim Hortons all the way up, and to look at how all of that road works together. We know that there's problems on that road. I think anyone who comes to this building on a regular basis, let alone lives in this community, knows there are problems on that road. We have anecdotal comments from staff members who are in this building who came to me and said, thank you for putting the four-way stop back. I watch near misses every single day from my office. So nobody's going to be happy what we do here. The big thing is that there is a history of changing, and we don't want to continue that. Our direction, our thought as administration was put it back to what the engineers have said is safest, which is the four-way stop. Should council approve the budget for next year, do a study and find out what's really needed in this strip of development to ensure that we have the safest opportunities for our residents, both pedestrian, cyclists, and vehicular.
Thank you. Council, I think I try to be very consistent in letting council go first and I go last, but with your indulgence, there's a couple questions that I have right off the top of my head. If you don't mind, I'd like to take the lead on a couple of questions if there's no protesting from protesting was such a strong word. No, I know, but I do try to have the practice of going last. I do have a couple of questions. One, if administration was not to do this at this time, right? So, because there are some things that are coming, right? So I think when this decision was made, we didn't necessarily know if this was coming at the 2025 budget, for example, right? And so to be fair, now that we know that this is a possibility that's coming to the budget, I think council has heard from a number of people, not just residents with regards to traffic flow, but business owners. They may also be residents, I understand. We've heard from a number of business owners in this area, right? And so that traffic study would include basically this commercial area, if you will. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
So the traffic study would include the assessment of the traffic flow and recommend any safety or operational improvements in 3 areas. So Marina Drive from City Hall to Chestermere Boulevard, Chestermere Boulevard from Marina Drive to West Chestermere Drive, and then West Chestermere Drive from Chestermere Boulevard to Marina Drive.
Okay.
So basically looking at all these
Yeah.
corridors and how everything flows together and what safety or operational improvements we can make to address the issues there.
Thank you. So again, recognizing it's an administrative decision, a question, possibly a concern that I have is, I think part of the concern that we are hearing from residents, and thank you, Ms. Armitage, for mentioning it, is this, we had it, we changed it, and now we're looking at changing it again. And I think the hinting at an idea that it could change again based on this traffic study. So I guess my question in there, and if I made an assumption in any of that statement, please correct me. I don't think I did. I think the tension in that assumption is, or the question I have is, if we were to leave it be, if we were to, at this time, if administration was to decide that because now we know that this is a possibility coming, again, has not been approved yet, but the possibility of this coming as part of the 2025 budget is, for that study, what risk, if any, does the city hold if we just leave the intersection until that study is done, with the thought then being, at least we wouldn't be making a third change?
I appreciate that question. I am not the person to answer that question, as I am not a transportation engineer and or planner.
That's fair.
I don't know if Sammy has enough information to be able to answer that today. I do know our transportation engineer from EXP, Stephen Power, is the person who provided this recommendation. He did suggest that if we do not make this change, we need to improve the pedestrian realm at this intersection. It would be my recommendation, unless Sammy feels otherwise, that our best course of action is to have Stephen Power come in and discuss that.
Before putting up the sign? Having him come in to discuss that before putting up the sign?
His recommendation was to put up the signs. And if we don't, to then do improvements to pedestrian
Right.
realm.
So what are the chances that, so there's a cost obviously, but is there a possibility of being able to do a temporary within budget fix of, so the one side, for example, I guess it'd be the north side. The north side of the intersection currently has pedestrian lights, like flashing lights. That's the north side. So the south side does not. I could be mixing up the two sides, but like the one side does and the other side doesn't. Is there a possibility even of putting in pedestrian lights then at the other side as well?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
We'll see what Sammy can say.
Yeah.
I just have a point to make. I think if the concern is coming from the condominium residents that they're not able to exit onto the road, Marina Drive, or not being able to find a gap in the traffic, the pedestrian flashers will not solve that particular issue.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. So that's just a point to make. So
Okay.
that's what the four-way stop will solve, is to give a gap to residents coming from the north and the south to clear that intersection if they wish to get across.
But would the traffic assessment, so would the TIA look at the balance between residents pulling out of the complex and the stacking up of traffic along Marina Drive?
Yes, so that would be part of the traffic study that we're going to be putting forward next year. Is basically If this change of the four-way stop is implemented, what we could do as administration is set up traffic counters to see where the heavy movements are coming from. How do we balance out the different movements that are coming to that intersection, and whether there are any improvements that we can implement that would stem out of the outcomes of the study.
Great, thank you. Council, those are kind of the burning questions that I had. I'd like to open up now for, oh, sorry.
Kate just reminded me of one thing that I do need to draw everyone's attention to. From our research, the removal of the four-way stop approximately 2 years ago was never supported by engineering.
That's right.
So the recommendation is supported by engineering.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. As the only engineer up here on council, I understand the concerns and liabilities with that four-way stop. I also know that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and any engineer will tell you that. What my concern is, if this does go forward, then we will be anchoring our position when we do this traffic study on a now four-way stop. Whereas if four-way stop traffic is one issue, pedestrian traffic is the other. If we do nothing and wait for this study, now it's the control study, so to speak, the as-is study, where the firm that comes and does this assessment can tell us how to resolve the challenges that we have with that existing situation. My concern would be, yes, there has been an outcry from our residents, and there are challenges on both sides. As a professional engineer, I know that both problems can be solved. It's just we have to decide as council and as a city, maybe not council because this is not under our area of expertise, but administration, which is the solution we want to, what is the problem we want to solve here? Is it the pedestrian traffic, or is it the through flow of vehicle traffic? I think that's the question we really have to answer before we decide to put up a stop sign or not.
I also, a comment that I heard this morning that stands to reason, and a comment I heard this morning that has been really, I've been mulling over in my brain, is the idea that, like, well, does council really want to be involved in every intersection conversation? And, well, no. However, I wonder, though, about this idea of a precedence that's ever been set where kind of a decision was made that goes not along with, because most of our decisions that we make up here are normally based on presentations that we get from experts in their field, and then decisions are made based on that, right? We actually saw a situation like that, right? Something came to council gave some direction back, and administration went away. They worked on that. They ultimately came back kind of with the same suggestion, but with more information. Right? Whereas in this situation, again, because it is within the purview of administration, right? So administration is going, well, the study says this, so we should do this, and now we're discussing it at council. So I feel the tension. I'm admitting out loud, I feel the tension in both of those things, right? Is that I don't think, but this one has become a bit of this has become a very hot button issue, as we saw within the public input session, as I can attest to of my email this week. And so that's why I'm wondering to administration if you have any kind of stance on the idea of, if we are doing this anyway, obviously council cannot commit at this time to, we're going to do the study. But is there a risk in waiting until we have all of the information, to Councillor Warzanowski's point of, yeah, what is that study anchored to?
There's always a risk.
Right, but there's a risk the other way.
Whatever we do in life, there's a risk either way. So we can't eliminate the risk.
Sure.
What I'm hearing and listening to the community and listening to, well, just two of you so far today, is what the action I'm thinking we need to do is look at the second part of the opinion that said, if you don't put up the four-way stop, I'm really sorry if that's my phone because it's not near me.
Kate Sky, you're good. She's on it.
Is we have the expert coming in a month, or approximately a month. that is coming for a different item, but I know him. He will happily talk to this one. But in the meantime, in the next month, we look at what improvements need to be made to make it a safer intersection in the interim while we get the bigger study done. If that is more flashy lights, or I'm sorry, Sammy, that I'm calling them flashy lights. But whatever that is that can help improve that pedestrian element until the bigger study is done next year, if council approves it. If council doesn't approve it, I can tell you right now, I'm coming back and telling you to put those signs up based on our engineering. But if there's a chance that we're going to get that study approved, then we look at comprehensively that whole area. But in the interim, while that study is happening, because if you approve it, it's not going to be done January 2nd. It's going to be started, right? So it's not going to happen overnight. We need to make sure that it is as safe as we can possibly make it. And we've heard concerns from professionals about the safety of it. So I guess I see a twofold approach. Let's look at the safety of it, leave it as is, look at the safety of it. Hope you guys choose to do the study. And then possibly do some minor improvements this year to get us through to that study. Should council not approve the budget item, which is completely within your right and purview as council, then we will be coming back and we will saying we need to put up these stop signs.
Well, I don't even think you would come back. You would just do it because it's an administrative decision, right?
I think I'd want to let you know, considering the community passion on this one.
I would add a further action item, and then we'll go Councillor Randhawa and then Councillor Schindler. I would add a third action item in that if that is the decision that we arrive at here in the next few moments, I would add a third action item to that being a communication from comms as to why this happened. And I want to be really clear. So far, what I have heard is the reason why this discussion has kind of gone in the direction that it went is that we respond to information as it becomes available, right? So when the decision was originally made a few weeks ago, right, because it was made like 3-4 weeks ago, right? So when the decision was made 3-4 weeks ago, there was certain information that we necessarily didn't know that now we know. For example, the expert being able to come to council. This idea of so we've been in budget season, right? And so I know that every team, including your team, has been working really hard. And it sounds like so far, if this is at least making it to the table of council, it has the support of the CAO, right, with your team to at least bring that to council. Then council is going to need to make some decisions. And so I would add, should that be the way that it goes, I think that it is important that we're not just like whimsically making decisions on this. It's we make decisions based on information that comes forward at a given snapshot in time, right? And I think sometimes the thing that can be underappreciated is the pace at which things can happen, right? Both too slow and too fast, right? Or the balance therein. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the administration, to Ms. Armitage. I've been living in this community very long. I see that four-way, two-way, and it is always is the hot topic button. But the thing is, when there was a four-way, I can tell you in this side to the marina, it's not much residence lives there. The reason they lift up because it's community is all the way to Paradise Road now, and what is their access to out? Majority is this is the one where if they are going towards to Calgary, and either or 17, both are impact. I seen when there was this four-way, the lineup is all the way to like 2 blocks, and because there is school buses is also at that time picking up the kids, and for that one, and plus the stop sign. And the other thing is because when in a winter time we stop at the four-way stop, especially for this side, I don't know, maybe due to the wind and stuff, it's much slippery than the other side to stop. And because the marina side, both side is a car park, and when the park is hard to slip, it's actually because it's very limited crossing for both, it could be causing more accident because the parking is both side. So if we are thinking to put the stop sign, then we need to remove one side vehicle parking there. The reason, because it's hard to stop, because vehicle is to the four-way stop is not easy to stop once they are coming from both side. From city side when we go, because other side there's no parking, it's very easy to stop and go. But when there's those townhouses start, both side is a parking and very congestion, and especially the snow plow and those everything, we have to look into that side as well. So right now I think we need to think about that side, that perspective as well. And the community is only right now we are thinking, because the community from the townhouses to coming out, they have other way out to other road. And for this community only, this is the only road to come out to go to the highway 16. And this side is more residents than the coming out from town side. So we have to look for that as well.
Councillor Schindler?
I don't know if I'm going to get into debate or not, but I want to say some anecdotal things. So I've had several near misses at this intersection on my bike, because I bike to City Hall in the summertime, as well as at least one in my car. Now that might say something about my driving or riding my bike. However, I think I know that if someone had to stop, look all the ways, and then proceed, they would have seen me stop and then proceeded much more safely. The evidence has shown, based on the engineering, that having a four-way stop there is significantly safer, and a decrease in or an increase in the commute time is I hate to say negligible, but it's when you weigh that against the safety of both drivers and pedestrians, I think it's a no-brainer to have a four-way stop there. I would love to see lights in there instead, so that we have a significant traffic flow in the turn, as opposed to just a stop-and-go traffic. I like to keep traffic going. So that said, yeah, I think I really approve of this four-way stop change.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Schindler, to your point, I understand that we're looking at that line a little bit of debate. I think, though, that what we've done is we have opened up the opportunity for councillors to share their opinion on this, and I think that that's totally appropriate at this time. As administration is bringing something, and we're not necessarily even making a motion as to whether or not they do that, right? We're sharing some opinions, and then I think we'll circle back here in a moment as to a decisional piece. Yes, Councillor Schindler, and then Councillor Grant.
Yeah, sorry. I also wanted to bring up that we did say that we were going to do something, and that we shouldn't keep messing around with our messaging, because that makes erodes trust in our current messaging channels. So we've delayed it already. The public was expecting it to be there on the 18th, and I know that's a lot of big talk around town. So we should follow through with what we're planning on doing.
To be clear, the delay is because of the weather.
Of course.
If
yes.
the weather, no, but this is really important.
Yes.
Had it not snowed, there would have been a stop sign there right now. Had it not snowed.
That's what we had said. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's
had
what we
it,
posted on Facebook.
The only reason, right?
Website.
And so. That's right. And so now it has created an opportunity for us to have that conversation. But coming to this council meeting, those sorts of, this is, it's literally a coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself, through the chair, to administration and Ms. Armitage. I have a page of not quite comments, maybe questions, somewhat rhetorical, somewhat difficult, and might not have answers today. So don't feel like you have to answer these, because they are probably very not technical, but the answer isn't an easy answer, I would say. So, really yeah,
me too.
All right, hold on. So, in my opinion, we're we're looking at this intersection. We're talking about it as a standalone singular. We're just looking at this intersection. And I think if you look at any intersection in that manner, you are going to say stop signs make it safer, because that's the simple fact of it. Is, of course it does. What we need to balance is how does that impact the overall area, and we need to zoom out and look at it at a macro view instead of a micro view of the community. And, you know, is this, another question I had written down is how unsafe is it? Is there accidents? Is there an unseen amount of accidents there? Or is this more to appease the condominium residents, sorry. So that's kind of where I was going with that. You know, is the problem just that people aren't following the law? Are they just speeding? Is the problem that there's vehicles that are too close to the crossing? There are other engineering controls that would make it safer. I completely agree that making it safer is the right decision. Just what is the way we do that? You know, I feel like we have many intersections in this city that are possibly more dangerous, in my opinion. And, you know, how are we balancing focusing on this versus focusing on them? I mentioned we do need to improve the crosswalk. And the other question I have, though, is when this area was designed, there would have been an original engineering study done on the traffic, right? So what has changed to make the original design of the two-way stop as it was originally put in not valid or not safe anymore?
I can't answer that, but I can assure you that our transportation engineer has that history.
Okay.
He has a long history with the city. He's done, I believe, our last 2 TMPs.
Okay.
And it might be that it's additional cars, additional counts. I truly don't know. So
Sure.
I'll go back to that. I think that there's a valuable conversation to be had with him when he's available, because this isn't the first technical question, and he's the one who knows this area very well.
And so that kind of leads into, you know, there's a lot of, you know, is this an opinion we're getting, right? Do we have one professional's opinion from 20 years ago and we have another professional's opinion from now? What's more valid? Why is this one more valid than that one?
Yes, I would say that in my experience, whether it's engineering or the medical practice, you can bring in people and they're always going to have different opinions. Legal, any of them, planners, we're all the same in that we all have opinions, and it's about those factors and those inputs to reach that decision. And in the absence of Mr. Power being here today, I can't address that. And that's something that we can bring forward through the appropriate time when he's available. And
so I'll just jump in there. That sounds great, and I'll happily ask him these questions when he's here. I completely agree with what Mayor Dean is saying and Councillor Schindler saying about messaging and flip-flopping, and I want to make sure that the administration of the city is being very careful that we're going to do something and not receive guidance from a macro point of view that is going, we just need to get people out of here. And another comment I have is timing. And we all know that construction is happening on Marina Drive right now on the other end. So I want to make sure that moving forward, we're considering all these aspects in our timing of what we're doing, because, you know, it may seem insignificant in the big scheme of things, but to someone that lives in that area that it's impacting, it's important to them. And we need to make sure that we're having that insight to it. I have one last one, and it might be a suggestion on how to make it safer, is that maybe the crosswalk gets moved down further west to the more straight piece of road where there's a path coming out of that community and it crosses right over to Safeway.
Is there anything with that you want to respond? I also see that Mr. Fluker's waving his hand at us as well.
I have nothing to respond to, but I also see that Kate has crept up behind me too.
Yes.
So I think that she might have something to respond on.
I was trying to whisper it in your ear.
I can't hear. My head's a little foggy.
through our interim CEO to Mayor and Council. One of the responses, Councillor Grant, to your comment about the macro scale, when we're looking at all of these recommendations, you will see it in the TMP supplement that's going to be brought. I don't know what's happening. That's going to be brought forward to you in December. That we, similarly to what you heard this morning from the UMP with those models we have models for traffic as well. So the city our TMP has always looked at that global scale, and that is why it's really important when any intersection is looked at, they are never looked at as what happens there, because we understand that cars don't just drive off once they leave that intersection, right? They have to go through the next couple hurdles before they're able to move. So transportation engineering is never looked at only in that one area. It's a flow through, and we do have that sophisticated model now with the 2023 supplement that went through that we, similarly to the UMP, have some aspect of control on. So you'll see that information. But I just want to clarify that it's not the situation where we have one engineer versus another engineer and they have differing opinions. There's a model with assumptions that have outputs, and then it's pretty black and white at that point. So I just really want to clarify that it's not a single person making a single decision. It's the flow of traffic for the entire city, backed by a model that supports it. So we'll go into more detail in December, but I want to clarify that.
Thank you. Mr. Fluker.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me. A couple of observations. The four-way stop is on hold until advised otherwise. But some observations about the safety of that intersection, and I think there's some things that we can do immediately. As far as liability, all you got to do is drive anywhere these days, and you find the crazies that no matter what rule, what stop sign, what light you have up, they are going to ignore it and be the risk factor. We simply can't control that. But I believe we can make that intersection safer. And if I am correct, the information I got from my roads people is that the flashing lights there at the moment are either 15 or 20 seconds. I need to confirm that. But that's not enough to get across the road. I don't consider myself that elderly, but I need that time and maybe a little bit more. So we can increase that flashing light to last longer. I think that's a simple thing that we can do. The second piece of that is I think we could clear some of the parking around there to make it more visible. To move a no parking zone further back so that it's not as congested as you drive up there. Visibility, what I believe would be enhanced and would make that safer. And the other issue that was brought to my attention is that if we do a four-way stop, we would probably have to take the flashing light out because it becomes confusing then. Do I obey the flashing light? Once it turns off, do I have to stop? So it's either going to be a four-way stop without a flashing light, or it remains as it is, likely with the flashing light. So we will need to consider that. And I think the study will probably reaffirm some of these things. But in the interim, if you're approved, I'll get the timing increased on that light, and we will try and do some things to clear that intersection. The last one I want to make is simply this. If we reduce the speed through this section, say from City Hall all the way through past, down to 30, it's going to be safer. Is everybody going to obey it? Probably not, but they'll still have their straight through. They just have to be slower. And statistically, slower speeds save lives. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Really quickly, you don't need approval from council to do anything that you just said, right? Everything you just said is purely administrative. I would like to move this conversation along, knowing some of the things that we have going on. So based on this conversation that you've heard today, Ms. Armitage, it's okay. I hate how I'm going to ask this question because I want to make sure that this question comes across as I believe that the feeling of all 7 members of council is that we want to be as supportive of administration as we possibly can. Right? So how would administration like to move forward with this, and how can council support that go forward?
So to me, this is a two-department issue. Both Mike and I and our teams need to be on the same page. And it sounds based on this that we are. And that is that we need to get some messaging out to say, for the time being, we are not putting up the four-way stops right now. What we will do is look at how to improve safety without the four-way stops. And that can be done both with the roads team and our engineering team. And the next step will purely depend on what council decides in budgeting. And we will wait and find out if we're going to be doing this study next year or not.
So then through our interim CAO to Ledge Services, or to both of you, is there a motion in that, or we would simply accept what Ms. Armitage said for information? I guess this is a Ms. Armitage question. Sorry, Councillor Worsnos, can I just have 1 second is that okay? Okay.
I guess this goes back to, does council want to be making decisions on every intersection? Is this precedent setting? Because it's saying to bring back a temporary solution. Is this something you guys want that level of detail on? Or do you just want to bring it back as a piece of information for what we're going to do while we wait through budgeting?
So in my opinion, you have shared a report for information.
Yeah.
Based on the conversation that has been had, administration is moving forward in a different way, and that is still information.
Yep.
Council hasn't directed you.
Yep.
Right? And council has not stepped offside.
I agree completely.
Right? Council had a conversation with its administration in the public.
100%.
Right? This whole conversation has been public. Right? We've demonstrated all of those things, and administration has made a different decision. And as to my point to Mr. Fluker, he can go do all that, and that's all administrative anyway. What you just said is, so we're receiving for information that's what you're about to do. In my opinion, the only motion is to accept this for information.
I would add the verbal update is critical. It's not just the report that was presented, it's the verbal update that came with it that is a very important piece.
For traffic control to four-way stop, so what wording would you suggest? Councillor Worzanowski? Sorry, I'll come right back.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In light of the conversation that we've been having, I can hear from my fellow council that we don't have any interest in getting involved in administrative responsibilities. However, when this information was brought to us, we were brought with the information that this was going to convert from a two-way to a four-way stop. Now that the verbal information that's been brought to us from Mrs. Armitage and Mr. Fluker is that they're going to go back and review this, I don't think it's appropriate for us to accept the information as is because it's incomplete now.
No, I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is what we're talking about is changing the word. That's exactly what we're working on right now. Is that, to your point, Councillor Worzanowski, and I believe that this is what Ms. Armitage said. Sorry, I wasn't clear enough. What we're working on is the organic nature of this motion right now is that we were presented with a presentation. That presentation has materially changed. And so it is about council accept the change in the traffic control to forward for information and update the public through the City of Chestermere website.
I think it's different than that. No. I think that it's that council direct administration to return with an additional update. On the same day as the TMP.
Because this was brought forward to council, and there isn't a motion on the table yet. However, there is a request from administration for us to consider moving this from a two-way to a four-way. If that's not going to be the case, then we either put the motion forward, vote against it, or don't put the motion forward at all, and just let this die.
I apologize, Councillor Worzanowski. That is not the motion. The motion is that it's not whether or not we are approving a two-way or a four-way.
No, to accept it for information.
To accept for information. That's all we were doing. So whether or not it changes is not what we are approving or disapproving.
How can we accept the information if the information is incomplete based on the conversation
I
we've had
agree.
in the last 20
Yeah,
minutes.
that's
I agree.
what we're working on right now.
I'm suggesting the motion should say that administration come back with additional information based on today's discussion.
Denied the request for information.
That's right. That's my point.
We don't. Okay, sorry. Vanessa?
To Mayor and Council, would a council direct administration to bring back information regarding the four-way stop at the intersection of West Chestermere Drive and update the public through the City of Chestermere website? And however else.
Can you
wanna
write
put on
out
it.
what you just said?
That's not what that says.
No, I know.
But can
I
you
like
write
that?
what you
But
said.
Can you write
That's
out what
where
you
my
just
mind's
said,
at.
and can we hold off on comments until that's written out?
Yeah. That's where my mind's at.
Council.
It should say, no, the
Oh.
traffic control at the intersection. Get rid of to a four-way stop. Because this is, take that out.
Okay, so we'll start with administration because this is administration's baby. Miss Armitage, are you okay with the wording of this motion?
I am. Yeah.
We only direct high level. We don't, right? We don't give like the exact, right? I think okay. No, this wasn't council
No.
decision.
No, just to do an update on the website.
Administration changed during this. Okay.
Yeah.
So Liz, are you okay with the wording of this? Interim CAO, are you okay with this? Okay. Now, administration's okay with the wording of this. Council, are we okay with the wording of this? Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think the section about updating the public through the City of Chestermere website is needed. That would be standard practice for this kind of thing.
Can we just do an update the public then? Would you be okay with that? I would like to see sorry. So I agree with you that it should be a standard practice. I think it is something that we are continuing to work on, and to have it within this, I also think then gives us an opportunity because, again, we can only act and respond by resolution, right? So then gives us the opportunity when we're out in the public to say this is what's happening, and we know that because this is a resolution that we voted on.
Yep.
That
I
work?
don't think through the City of Chestermere website is necessary, but I do like the update the public because this is a very public, passionate item.
And I fully agree with your sentiment that that should just be standard practice. Yeah. Well, further to that point, like I think it would be great if we saw messaging coming out after every council meeting of like, these are the highlights from council, but that is separate. Like that's how this is related to this, right? Okay. Councillor Sandboe, are you okay? Does that work? Okay. Anybody else? We good? Okay. Okay. Just to be clear, so okay. Everybody understands what this motion is doing? Any questions? Okay, sorry. Can I have a councillor make the motion? Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct administration to bring back information regarding the traffic control at the intersection of Marina Drive and West Chestermere Drive and update the public.
Thank you. Does council have any questions as to what they are voting on? Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Yes, we're good? Everybody's good? Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I do understand this, but I did just want to clarify. When they bring back further information, at that time, is it council's intention that we would be voting on what to do, or are we leaving that administration's realm?
I can only share my opinion on this because I can't, speak on behalf of all of council. My feeling on that would be, it would be the same as this administration is updating council as to what they're doing, similar to what they would do with any kind of traffic impact assessment and things like that, similar to what we see. I could even see this coming back to a GAP meeting as opposed to a regular meeting of council as an information item for us to kick around. Like, I could even see that happening at GAP as opposed to regular meeting of council. Good? Yeah. I see it as a same practice as we do with some other things as well. Everybody's good? Everybody feels like comfortable? Okay. Can I call for the... Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
You got a motion. I did.
We did. Councillor Grant read it. Then I did the whole debate thing. Then Councillor Sandboe said words. Okay. Great. Thank you. Now we have one more. Okay. Policy. So we are now, oh, sorry. I need a motion to lift from the table. Because we have to lift it from the table because we tabled this thing. Yeah. So we need to make a motion to lift from the table item 8.4. 8.3. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Sorry, wow. Councillor Grant got very excited down there about that. There's a fist pump and everything.
Can I start yet?
No, because we have to lift it from the table.
You might have to lift me from this table soon.
Yeah.
I move that council lift from the table item 8.3.
Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And now, Ms. Armitage, the policy that we are bringing back to council.
Excellent. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of Aman and Sammy, who gave up their lunch break to make this happen. And then Vanessa, who I believe, and I'd hope she can confirm, also did a review of this. We used the strat plan. We corrected that. We've updated the language in that. You should also see a redlined version. Please note that the redlined version, while you have not had time to review it, shows the significant changes. Anything that is a minor capitalization or little tweaks that our ledge services team took care of is not in this marked up version. We could not make that happen in the span of a couple hours that we had. But we can assure you that the significant things are there. My comment would be that you guys have not had sufficient time to review this. What I would like, and I realize this is not standard great process, we need it approved. We need to apply for this grant. I would like to make the commitment that we will come back with this in a holistic manner in a couple weeks. We just really need to apply for the grant.
So then why don't we, to that point, we can make two motions. So the first motion could be for us to accept policy, I apologize, policy number 650. So we could make one motion to accept policy 650, and then we can make a second motion to bring back policy 650 by the end of January.
Yes, please.
Okay. Council, how do we feel about that, given the work that administration has put in to meet those pieces? Are we comfortable with those two motions? I see nods. See a yes. I got another nod. I got a thumbs up. Good. Okay. So can I have a councillor make the first motion, which will be to accept policy 650. Do we have to say as amended? No. Just accept policy 650. Oh, it's coming. Perfect. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council adopt the updated asset management policy to enhance the city's approach to managing its tangible capital assets and align with recognized best practices.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my comments to you. Looking at this policy, now that it does have the correct strategic plan in it, it's actually a pretty good policy from my perspective, from what I can see. And also it's been tested, it looks like, since 2015. So it sounds like with the next motion, we'll look at bringing this back, and I think that's always smart. But from what I'm looking at, I think it's actually quite a strong policy. The one thing that I really would like to know more about, and I think this might be through the budgeting process, is when you were alluding to a staff member needed to actually deliver on some of this planning. I'd like to know quite a bit more about that. Not today, but when that comes forward, to understand how that fits in and how we can be smart with our assets. Thank you.
We can do that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from council with regards to the policy? All right, with that, call for the vote. Okay, fantastic. With that approval, we just created a bunch more work for administration. Good, and then I believe the second last motion of the day, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to bring back the policy 650 asset management policy in January 2025.
May I offer a friendly, can we say by? That way, if you want to bring it back earlier, you can. So instead of in, just by. And then by January 31st, 2025. Because if we say by January, that has to be December. Those sorts of things. Councillor, are we okay with the wording of that? Councillor Randhawa, can you please restate the motion?
Sure. I move that the council direct administration to bring back policy number 650 asset management policy by January 31st, 2025.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And with that, I believe that we're going to be adding one more item to I was just kidding, Councillor Wardzone. There's no more additions. So with that, I'd like to call for a councillor to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Grant. Well, you made the second last one.
I've been busy today. I got it. I move that the regular meeting of council adjourn at 3:04 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
I am personally incredibly disappointed that I can't stay